Good morning, and thank you for joining our summit today entitled New Frontiers, Innovating for Systemness and Well-Being. I am Dr. Cliff Megerian, president of University Hospitals, and will be assuming the role of CEO in February of 2021. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in such an exciting event. Our UH Ventures team has been organizing this unique innovation meeting as part of its Voyager series. Today's event grew out of collaboration earlier this year when our two organizations joined together to strategize methods for decontaminating and reusing personal protective equipment. When the magnitude and the projected impact of COVID-19 started to become clear, initiating an aligned and collective response was crucial to ensure that our healthcare system would be positioned to react. This fueled tremendous collaboration inside and outside of our organization, and we learned some valuable innovative lessons along the way. Namely, that innovation was achieved by leveraging intellectual assets and non-traditional relationships to create something new. As we translate this learned experience to today's theme, we define Systemness as unity through diversity. It's about different parts coming together in a unified whole. And for the next few minutes, I will provide you with an example of how UH thinks about Systemness and how we are putting this into action for the well-being of our community. Over its 154-year history, University Hospitals has overcome formidable challenges. And once again, UH is in a state of transformation, catapulted by the pandemic, but also proactively re-envisioning healthcare to adapt to an industry paradigm shift, one that rewards consumerism and provides high-value care to patients. Our goal is to make UH the most trusted healthcare provider. Key attributes that will help us achieve this trust include being purpose-driven, consumer-focused, a high-value provider, and agile in all we do. Let me unpack each of these for you. Purpose-driven means keeping our mission to heal, to teach, to discover, central to all of our decision-making. This is why we are here. Consumer-focused means providing our patients with consistent quality of care and the best patient experience no matter where they access care, inpatient, outpatient, when they talk to someone in our call center, or even when they schedule an online appointment. Think about your own definition of an exceptional customer experience. Maybe it's at Nordstrom or Wayfair, the Four Seasons or Disney, or your favorite restaurant. What is it that makes it an exceptional experience? That's exactly where we plan to go. But to truly provide something different than other providers in making the best experience, we are aiming to really change the game. For example, our goal is to make our appointment scheduling tools similar to an open table concept for restaurants. And we want every interaction that our patient has during their appointment to be a 5-star experience. Providing high value means delivering the highest quality of care and patient experience at the lowest cost for those who receive and pay for care. UH and our industry are evolving from a fee-for-service model to a value-based care model. For example, UH has been recognized as a center of excellence in joint surgery through bundled payment programs with Walmart and GE for several years now. This means a patient can come here and get a hip replacement for one set negotiated price, knowing that they are also going to be at one of the top health centers in the country with the best results in getting the most advanced care. The next concept is agility. It's what enabled us to pivot at a moment's notice to respond to the COVID pandemic. And as the healthcare landscape continues to evolve, our ability to adapt will be critical. We've also mapped 4 foundational pillars for earning the trust of our patients and enhancing our value proposition. Embracing a culture built on values, strategically providing an unparalleled patient experience, implementing a structure to integrate our delivery networks, and finally fortifying our brand reputation in the community. In any organization, culture defines how we uniquely work together to support each other and get things done. To provide an unmatched patient experience, our game changer will be to make sure our care is compassionate at every touch point, but also easy to access. I mentioned earlier about online scheduling tools for our patients. but it's also having exceptional technology for our providers to interact with our patients, such as enhanced medical records and telehealth solutions for virtual patient care. We want our IT systems to elevate the compassionate care we provide so that we arm our providers with the pathways to enhance their patient connections. When we think of our vision statement, advancing the science of health and the art of compassion, we have to make investments on both sides. Science, that's the research we do, the advancements in care therapies we make, and the staff we recruit to provide the most advanced care. Compassion, that's what sets us apart. It's the non-clinical aspect of care. Recently, we made adjustments to our org structure to maximize our strengths as a system and to better align UH as a whole, rather than individual hospitals or entities. We want to take full advantage of the various parts to complement each other rather than recreate every part at every hospital, which is inefficient and adds to expense. Our fourth pillar, fortifying our brand reputation in the community, which very simply stated means practicing social responsibility. UH has made great strides in this area over the years, but we want our past work to serve as a foundation, not a ceiling. Some of our plans include capitalizing on our stature as the 8th most funded research institution in the U.S. to train the next generation of caregivers. Collaborating with the community on innovation, we have achieved great support in this area through UH Ventures. Today's event is one such example of this team's dedication to collaborative innovation. Using our population health expertise to support employers in making Northeast Ohio healthier and enhancing well-being is important, and tackling social determinants of health by forming partnerships that amplify our community benefit and result in win-win, measurable results, and promote shared decision-making is key. In summary, our challenge is to leverage our current strengths for the next stage of our growth so we can reimagine what healthcare can be. We want to create a healthcare experience for our patients that's second to none, to not only be the envy of all other healthcare organizations, but to be what other service providers want to emulate. As Walt Disney once said, if you can dream it, you can do it. Thank you. I would like now to turn the program over to Dr. Marla Pérez-Davis, the Center Director for NASA Glenn Research Center. And thank you for your attention.
Good morning and welcome to today's Innovation Summit. I would first like to thank Dr. Megerian for the introduction, and I would also like to thank University Hospitals for leading today's event and making this collaboration possible. Our agenda is full of exciting presentations, interesting topics, and prominent speakers who are all at the top of their respective fields. I would like to take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all of the NASA featured speakers and give a special thank you to Dr. J.D. Polk, NASA Chief Health and Medical Officer, for being part of today's event. At NASA, innovation is what we do. We are constantly pushing boundaries, developing new technologies, and expanding upon our knowledge for the benefit of all. This year, we have been faced with a global pandemic that has changed our daily lives. It has stopped us from seeing our friends and families, closed school, and shut down businesses. It has changed the way we interact in public, but it hasn't stopped us from innovating. Earlier this summer, NASA joined forces with university hospitals to develop new methods and technologies for decontaminating personal protective equipment and for safeguarding the health of medical workers caring for patients with COVID-19. It is this kind of collaboration and innovation that will change our world for the better. While this is one timely example of how NASA and our partners in this industry and academia collaborate, our technology transfer team at NASA Glenn is continually assessing our technologies for marketable potential as they work to move those promising innovations toward commercialization. Today, we have produced nearly 200 technologies that have gone on to achieve commercial success and solve real-world problems. But we cannot bring these technologies to market. We need partnerships, especially those in our local area, so our technology is available to companies to generate world benefits. Again, innovation is what NASA does. And at Glenn, we have prided ourselves on developing technologies to increase the performance and safety of air travel and improve systems and capabilities for missions into deep space. NASA Glenn has been a pillar of the Cleveland landscape and Ohio aerospace community for nearly 80 years. We rely on 6 core competencies that include aircraft propulsion, in-space propulsion and cryogenics, power, energy storage and conversion, materials and structures for extreme environments, communications technology, as well as physical sciences and biomedical technology. With more than 3,300 civil servants and contractors working at NASA Glenn facilities, our continuous research and technology development will ensure that we, as a nation, keep exploring the unknown, testing our limits, and innovating to shape the world of tomorrow, both on Earth and in space. It is with pride that I can say NASA's Glenn 2019 Economic Impact Study revealed our center's activities created and supported nearly 7,000 jobs, increased labor income by $505 million, and generated $119 million in local, state, and federal taxes. Looking toward the future, our center's power and propulsion legacy has positioned us to lead the advancement of innovative systems for NASA's Artemis program and the eventual human exploration of Mars. In case you haven't heard, Artemis is NASA's new ambitious plan to safely land the first woman and the next man on the moon in 2024. And I'm sure you will hear more about it during today's presentation. We are well on our way to achieving this goal. But this future moon landing will not be possible without NASA Glenn, our research, or the exceptional minds who are hard at work on innovations to make this American dream a reality. We're actively involved in the Human Research Program, which aims to understand and advance technologies and practices to improve astronaut health and safety. We are on the leading edge of enhancing life support systems, medical devices, exercise countermeasures, and computational models to assess space physiology and risk through our microgravity research. This collaborative work on the International Space Station provides health and performance knowledge, technologies, and tools to enable safe, reliable, and productive human space exploration to the moon and beyond. Today, as you listen to each speaker, I encourage you to take notes, think creatively, and apply these concepts to your work or life in some way. Innovation can take place anywhere at any time. So join us and university hospitals and dare to make a difference through teamwork and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Megerian and Marla, for your welcoming and opening remarks. I'm Kip Lee, Managing Director, UH Ventures. I'm so thrilled to be here as a participant joining in on today's virtual festivities. It's really meant to be a time of celebration and inspiration for many of us who've been working very hard, as well as our families, our coworkers, during this pandemic. The morning's sessions will highlight the theme of systemness, and today's afternoon will be filled with talks, discussions, and panels on the theme of well-being. I want to take a moment to give a special shout out and thanks to some of the folks who've been working behind the scenes these past few weeks to make today possible. From the NASA side, thank you so much, Mary, Harvey, Eric, Dovey, and Debbie. And from the UH side, Kim, Lisa, Patricia, and Matt, thanks so much. And now, I'd like to introduce your host for the day, Patricia Colella.
50 years ago, we pioneered a path to the moon. The trail we blazed cut through the fictions of science and showed us all what was possible.
It's very pretty out here.
Today, our calling to explore is even greater. To go farther, we must be able to sustain missions of greater distance and duration. We must use the resources we find at our destinations. We must overcome radiation, isolation, gravity, and extreme environments like never before. These are the challenges we face to push the bounds of humanity. We're going to the moon to stay by 2024, and this is how.
This all starts with the ability to get larger, heavier payloads off-planet and beyond Earth's gravity.
For this, we designed an entirely new rocket.
The Space Launch System. SLS will be the most powerful rocket ever developed.
And with components in production
and more in testing,
this system is capable of being the catalyst for deep space missions.
We need a capsule
that can support humans from launch
through deep space and return safely back to Earth.
For this, we've built Orion.
This is NASA's next-generation human space capsule.
Using data from lunar orbiters that continue to reveal the moon's hazards and resources.
We're currently developing an entirely new approach to landing and operating on the moon.
Using our commercial partners to deliver science instruments and robotics to the surface, we are paving the way for human missions in 2024.
Our charge is to go quickly and to stay, to press our collective efforts forward with a fervor that will see us return to the moon in a manner that is wholly different than 50 years ago.
We want lunar landers that are reusable,
that can land anywhere on the lunar surface.
The simplest way to do so is to give them a platform in orbit around the moon from which to transition.
An orbiting platform to host deep space experiments and be a waypoint for human capsules. We call this lunar outpost Gateway.
The beauty of the Gateway is that it can be moved between orbits.
It will balance between the Earth and Moon's gravity,
in a position that is ideal for launching even deeper space missions.
In 2009, we learned that the moon contains millions of tons of water ice.
This ice can be extracted and purified for water. It can be separated in oxygen for breathing or hydrogen for rocket fuel.
The moon is quite uniquely suited
to prepare us and propel us to Mars and beyond.
This is what we are building.
This is what we're training for.
This we can replicate throughout the solar system.
This is the next chapter of human space exploration.
Humans are the most fragile element of this entire endeavor, and yet we go for humanity. We go to the moon and onto Mars to seek knowledge and understanding and to share it with all. We go knowing our efforts will create opportunities that cannot be foreseen. We go because we are destined to explore and see it with our own eyes. We turn towards the moon now, not as a conclusion, but as preparation, as a checkpoint toward all that lies beyond. Our greatest adventures remain ahead of us. We are going.
We're going.
We are going.
We are going. We're going.
Thank you, Kip, for the introduction, and a huge thank you to NASA to kick us off with that amazing video. I'm Patricia Colella from Ventures, and we are very honored to be here with you today. Being Friday the 13th, we will keep you updated on any suspicious or spooky activity that might be happening. I'll be your host for the event, introducing the impressive lineup of moderators and speakers who will join us today. Feel free to interact with us by live tweeting at us at @UH_Ventures and join our conversation on our University Hospitals Ventures LinkedIn page. As you might have already noticed, we are very lucky to have Creighton Berman, an esteemed illustrator, who will be sketching the major themes that emerge from our panels and keynotes along the way. We will check in with him periodically throughout the event. If you attended our Nursing Research and Innovation Day back in August, you already know how impressive these illustrations turn out to be. Let's get this show rolling as I'll pass the mic over to Mary Lobo from NASA Glenn Research Center to introduce our first keynote of the day, Sue Motil. Mary has been an essential part of bringing the New Frontiers event to life. She is a great partner and collaborator as she has helped plan this event over the past few months. Take it away, Mary.
Thank you, Patricia. Good morning and welcome. As Director of Technology, Incubation and Innovation at NASA Glenn, I am excited to be here and pleased to introduce our keynote speaker, Susan Motil. Susan serves as the Deputy Director of NASA's John H. Glenn Research Center, where she plans, organizes, and manages agency-level programs and projects assigned to the center. Susan has been a valued member of NASA Glenn for 31 years. Prior to becoming Deputy Director, Susan managed the European Service Module Integration Office for NASA's Orion program, which she will tell you more about shortly. Susan has earned many awards for her hard work and diligence throughout her career, including the prestigious Presidential Rank Award in 2019. Please join me in welcoming NASA Glen's Deputy Director, Susan Model.
Hello, University Hospitals. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Susan Model, and I have recently been appointed as Deputy Director for NASA's John H. Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, Ohio. I started my NASA career at Glenn Research Center in 1989, 31 years ago, but it still seems like yesterday. All of my time with NASA has been at Glenn, and all of it on the space side of the house. I have managed projects with diverse multidisciplinary teams ranging from small to large multi-center teams throughout my career. I had the privilege of managing many projects from cradle to grave: proposal development, conceptual designing, development, integration, testing, operations, and decommissioning. These hands-on development experiences were invaluable and provided me with the ability to view the bigger picture. Just prior to becoming Deputy Director, I was the manager of the European Service Module Integration Office for NASA's Orion program. Orion is NASA's new crewed space vehicle and is designed to send humans beyond the low Earth orbit for the first time since the Apollo program. We are preparing for this first flight, in which the spacecraft will travel thousands of miles beyond the moon over the course of about 3 weeks. NASA partnered with the European Space Agency for providing Orion's European Service Module. In this capacity, I managed a very diverse team that spanned 2 continents, 7 countries, 8 major defense contractors, and numerous parts suppliers and subcontractors throughout the US and Europe. Innovation and teamwork were paramount to the successful development and integration of this new service module with the rest of the Orion vehicle and conducting critical testing. These experiences will serve me well as Deputy Center Director. Based on my experiences, I view Systemness as the ability to break down barriers and function as a transdisciplinary organization, dismantling the stovepipes. I believe discovery is important and maintains our nation as a world leader in space. I look forward to the challenges that are in front of us and will work hard to enable Glenn and the agency to turn our exploration vision into reality. Today, I will walk you through how GRC supports our agency and our nation's mission for exploration. For more than 75 years, Glenn Research Center has developed technologies that increase the performance and safety of air travel and improve systems and capabilities for missions in deep space. We are one of NASA's 10 field centers conducting research and technology development that make it possible for our nation to continue exploring, discovering, and innovating to shape the world of tomorrow. Today, we are contributing to our nation's exploration of deep space by developing in-space propulsion and surface power systems, testing flight hardware, and studying the effects of living in reduced gravity for long durations to help our human and robotic explorers on the moon before turning our sights to Mars. This morning, Dr. Pérez-Davis mentioned a bit about how NASA Glenn is contributing to NASA's many missions, and I'm excited to tell you more about NASA's space exploration goals, the Artemis program, and how we're working to get to Mars in the next decade. Since the dawn of the space age, the design of spacecraft and the associated flight systems has presented significant challenges because of the hazardous environment of space. As we work to overcome these technological barriers, the orbiting laboratory known as the International Space Station, or ISS, continues to be an invaluable resource to NASA and our many partners. For 20 years, NASA has had astronauts living continuously in low Earth orbit, or LEO, which is an orbit relatively close to Earth and about 1,200 miles away. Can you believe that? It's quite an accomplishment, and today the ISS is still a critical testbed for research, technology demonstrations, and the know-how required for successful deep space exploration. And many of the technologies advanced aboard the space station have come back to Earth to help with our everyday lives. NASA also recently opened the ISS for business, so U.S. industry, innovation, and ingenuity can accelerate a thriving commercial economy in low Earth orbit. This effort provides expanded opportunities at the ISS to create, market, and promote commercial products and services that will help catalyze and expand various space exploration markets. Since 2001, Glenn has provided more than 26,000 hours of continuous support for microgravity research on board the ISS. One of the biggest challenges we face in space is understanding how fluids and fire act in microgravity. Research into fluid physics is important to understanding how fluids respond in microgravity, and it will lead to improved fuel tanks, water systems, and other fluid-based spacecraft systems. Combustion research will improve safety for our astronauts as we work to understand fire prevention techniques and materials flammability, while improving flammability tests for spacecraft materials. To further research in these areas, NASA Glenn manages the Fluids and Combustion Facility, or FCF, on the space station. The FCF is one of many Glenn-managed areas on station, and it is a permanent, multi-user facility comprised of two elements, the Fluids Integrated Rack and the Combustion Integrated Rack. Another important factor in preparing for deep space travel is the understanding of human performance and how the body will react to long-duration missions to the moon and beyond. Our astronauts could spend months, perhaps years, in microgravity with significant amounts of radiation, and we want them to stay as healthy and productive as possible throughout their journey and after they return home. At Glenn, we're actively involved with the Human Research Program to understand and advance technologies and practices to improve astronaut health and safety. Glenn is a leader in applying the results of fundamental microgravity research to the development of life support systems, medical devices, exercise countermeasures, and computational models to assess space physiology and risks. We have seen that exposure to microgravity can induce physiological changes in our astronauts, including bone loss, muscle atrophy, and reductions in their aerobic and sensorimeter capacity. Exercise is a fundamental routine for our crew to mitigate these physiological impacts. At Glenn, we utilize an exercise countermeasures lab, which is a ground-based, high-fidelity weightlessness, lunar, or 1/6 gravity, and Martian, or 1/3 gravity, human-in-the-loop simulations for developing exercise countermeasure devices, equipment, and exercise protocols for spaceflight. Ultimately, this collaborative work on the ISS is aimed at providing health and performance knowledge, technologies, and tools to enable safe, reliable, and productive human space exploration to the moon and beyond. NASA is dedicated to seeing America return to the moon, followed by human exploration of Mars in a way that is achievable and sustainable, and builds on years of successful international and commercial partnerships. We call this accelerated return the Artemis program. Apollo was the namesake of humanity's first trip to the moon, but did you know Apollo had a twin sister? Her name was Artemis, and she was the Greek goddess of the moon. And she embodies our return to the moon using a diverse, highly trained astronaut corps, from which we will select the first woman and the next man to step foot on the moon in 2024. Many of you may ask, why are we going back to the moon? Why not go directly to Mars? Well, we need the moon to understand how to live on another world. The moon is closer than Mars, a 3-week journey versus a 6-month journey, and there is still a lot to learn for longer duration spaceflight, survivability of our crew, and sustainability. The moon holds important information about the formation of our planet and the history of our solar system. It has plentiful resources for living and working in space, and it is a huge strategic and economic opportunity. And we'll use the moon as a proving ground for the exploration technologies and processes needed to reach further into our solar system, to places like Mars. It starts in late 2021 with a 3-week uncrewed test flight of the SLS and Orion known as Artemis 1. Artemis 1 will allow us to demonstrate our human and technical capabilities for long-duration space exploration with the goal of readiness to proceed on the long voyage to Mars. In 2023, we'll launch astronauts around the moon and back on Artemis 2. And then finally, in 2024, we'll send astronauts to the moon on the 3rd flight of SLS and Orion, Artemis 3. During that time, we'll also use commercial rockets to launch the first elements of the Gateway, our orbiting lunar outpost, and the human landing system that we'll use to get to the surface. Artemis is the next step of human exploration, and it is the young, innovative minds of this generation and the next who are going to lead us there and ensure we continue to Mars and beyond. NASA is building some of the most advanced vehicles ever in support of the exploration vision. It begins with the Orion spacecraft and the Space Launch System rocket, which will be the backbone of our deep space exploration efforts going forward. They'll launch from our 21st century spaceport at Kennedy Space Center. While we're flight testing Orion and the SLS, NASA will start to build an orbiting outpost. Think of it as sort of a smaller space station around the moon called Gateway. Once in orbit around the moon, our explorers will use a next generation lander or human landing system as the final mode of transportation to the surface. Once there, our moonwalkers will use new spacesuits to accomplish much more complex tasks than their predecessors. True demonstration of systemness at such a large scale. Let's walk through each mode of transportation that NASA Glenn is helping to develop and test. The Space Launch System, or SLS, is today's most powerful and advanced launch vehicle, and coupled with the Orion spacecraft, it will usher in a new era of human exploration beyond Earth's orbit. It will stand more than 320 feet tall, which is longer than a soccer field end to end, and it will produce more than 9 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. Offering the highest payload mass, the SLS is designed to be flexible and evolvable to meet a variety of deep space crew and cargo needs. The SLS platform provides several different launch vehicle options, but for human space, we'll use these configurations. The first version of SLS vehicle, called Block 1, and can send more than 27 metric tons to orbit the moon. This equates to 59,504 pounds. That is roughly the equivalent of 6 ambulances, or 2 school buses, or 5 fully grown elephants. The Block 1B SLS will use the Universal Stage Adapter and the more powerful Exploration Upper Stage to enable more ambitious missions. The Block 1B can carry 38 metric tons, including the Orion crew vehicle, along with other large cargo. This equates to 83,775 pounds, or 8 ambulances, or 7 fully grown elephants. The development of the Universal Stage Adapter, or USA, is managed at NASA Glenn. The USA's primary purpose is to adapt the large diameter SLS to the smaller diameter spacecraft, providing the solid structure to safely carry astronauts to deep space. It will also house and protect the respective mission's large payloads. SLS, when combined with the Orion spacecraft, make up the most capable deep space exploration vehicle to ever take flight, and they will send astronauts to lunar orbit for Artemis missions before sending Mars-bound astronauts to rendezvous with a future Mars transit spacecraft. As I hinted at on the last slide, Orion is America's next generation spacecraft that will take astronauts to exciting destinations never explored by humans. 3 main spacecraft components: launch abort system, crew module, and service module. NASA Glenn is advancing human spaceflight through our role as lead for the Orion spacecraft's European service module integration and its propulsion system, and through our world-class test facilities. We manage the relationship and integration of the European-built service module, or ESM, which is being delivered by Easa and Airbus. This represents the first time Europe has provided a mission-critical element for crewed U.S. deep space exploration. The ESM is Orion's powerhouse, supplying it with electricity, propulsion, thermal control, air, water, and other life support systems. The module's structure is unpressurized and approximately 3 meters long, including the main engine and tanks for gas and propellant. It weighs nearly 8,000 pounds, empty, and carries about 19,000 pounds of propellant. The ESM is comprised of 4 solar array wings, providing 120 volts for the computers, experiments, and other hardware, enough electricity to power 2 typical households. It also serves as the primary in-space propulsion system, which has a total of 33 engines for spacecraft maneuvering and impulse for translunar injection and return to Earth. At NASA, we like to say we test like we fly, and our Plumbrook station in Sandusky has been vital to preparing the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis missions. To date, we have conducted 5 major tests for the Orion program, including the most recent mission-critical testing of the spacecraft for Artemis 1. In March, we wrapped up testing the Artemis 1 spacecraft, and it was a complete success, proving the spacecraft is flight certified and ready for the next step toward the launch pad. This test required a massive amount of teamwork. First, a team of civilian transportation personnel, Air National Guardsmen, and NASA team members worked together to fly the spacecraft from Kennedy Space Center in Florida to Ohio aboard NASA's Super Guppy aircraft. After arrival, we had to work with multiple state and local law enforcement agencies, local government entities, and several utility companies to transport the spacecraft over the road from Mansfield to Sandusky. It was a 41-mile trek that required a lot of attention to detail, a lot of coordination, and a lot of patience. Once the spacecraft was ready for testing, a combined international team of test engineers from NASA, Lockheed Martin, Easa, and Airbus conducted 4 consecutive months of simulated spaceflight testing, which included thermal vacuum testing, to verify that the spacecraft's thermal control system performs correctly in extreme flight conditions, that is, minus 250 degrees Fahrenheit to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Every electronic component gives off some electromagnetic field, so we conducted electromagnetic interference and compatibility testing to ensure each electronic component was appropriately shielded during flight and operated properly. Following the test at Plumbrook, the spacecraft was flown back to Kennedy for additional pre-launch preparations ahead of its 2021 test flight around the moon and back. We've talked about big, powerful rockets that can produce millions of pounds of thrust and provide the capability of launching tons of equipment into space. But what if I told you some of the most powerful propulsion systems used in space produce less than 1 pound of thrust? What if they cost less, carried more, and used less propellant? Or they could accelerate to more than 200,000 miles per hour. This revolutionary system is in-space electric propulsion. While in space, chemical propulsion uses combustion and a nozzle to generate thrust. Electric propulsion systems, or EP, leverage electric power from various power sources, primarily solar and nuclear, to ionize and accelerate inert gases, for example, xenon or krypton, to produce highly efficient, long-duration thrust. Solar electric propulsion uses sunlight collected by solar arrays for electric power generation, while nuclear electric propulsion uses a nuclear heat source coupled to power conversion systems. EP touts 10 times better fuel economy than standard chemical in-space propulsion systems. As a result, both SEP and NEP will enable deep space human exploration missions to carry increased payloads while using smaller rockets for launch, ultimately increasing mission flexibility and reducing cost. These types of EP systems are already in use today on various types of satellites and science missions, and it will be used for upcoming robotic planetary and asteroid exploration missions. However, we're really excited about a particular EP platform currently in development that we will use to power our gateway in lunar orbit. Built with commercial and international partners, the Gateway is part of the backbone of our long-term exploration plans on and around the Moon. It will serve as a staging point for lunar surface activities and missions farther into the solar system, operating with and without crew. NASA is currently working with 3 U.S. commercial partners to build the initial Gateway. Maxar Technologies is designing and building the power and propulsion element, which we'll get to in a moment. Northrop Grumman is building the Habitation and Logistics Outpost, or HALO, which is small crew quarters for our astronauts, and SpaceX is constructing a logistics spacecraft to house all of the supplies needed to live and work in the Gateway and travel to the Moon's surface. The power and propulsion element and HALO will be the first element to launch, serving as the cornerstone of our Artemis architecture around the Moon. SEP is ideal for the Gateway because it provides superior fuel economy and it can be refueled to allow for at least a 15-year mission span. The PPE is a 60 kilowatt class SEP spacecraft, which is approximately 3 times greater than current commercial capabilities, and it will provide exactly what its name says: power to the entire Gateway, and it will use the most powerful electric propulsion system in existence to move Gateway to different lunar orbits to maximize science and exploration operations. Maxar Technologies, using its extensive experience in EP, was selected to build the PPE for NASA. NASA is targeting integration of the PPE and HALO in late 2023 before launch aboard a commercial rocket. The efficiency of SEP makes possible the launching of the integrated PPE HALO spacecraft on a commercial rocket. Returning to the Moon needs to be affordable and sustainable, and the Gateway with the power and propulsion elements gives us that. After our astronauts have flown in Orion to get to lunar orbit, they'll board our human landing system to travel to and from the lunar surface. On early missions, the astronauts will live inside the pressurized crew cabin portion of the lander for up to a week. In April, NASA announced selection of 3 companies to begin development on the Artemis human landing system: Blue Origin, Dynetics, and SpaceX, one of which will be chosen to land the first woman and the next man on the Moon in 2024. This landing will mark the first time generations of people will witness humans walking on another planetary body outside of watching historical footage from Apollo. NASA has assembled a cross-center team responsible for supporting the rapid development and crewed demonstration of the landing systems. NASA Glenn is supporting the broader HLS team with our leadership and experience with spacecraft power systems and cryogenic fluids management. And our Plumbrook station will be used for testing various components of the landers. Building on these early Artemis footsteps, future robotic and human explorers will put necessary infrastructure in place for a long-term presence on the moon. Once we get to the lunar surface, or the surface of Mars, we'll need to stay for longer and longer periods of time. But this presents a unique set of challenges in terms of available sunlight and temperatures on the surface. To help overcome these challenges, NASA Glenn is advancing a broad portfolio of surface power generation and distribution systems like batteries, solar, fission, and radioisotope that will work together to ensure those missions have the plentiful, reliable power required to be successful. NASA will lean on robust cutting-edge power generators like fission surface power and radioisotope power systems to ensure these systems can operate in direct sunlight, the shadows of craters, or in the complete darkness of the lunar night. The Fission Surface Power Project is a near-term effort aimed at developing efficient, affordable technologies to enable long-duration stays on the Moon and Mars. NASA Glenn and the Department of Energy have already successfully demonstrated a fission reactor system known as CRUSTY, or kilopower reactor using Stirling technology, which can provide 1 to 10 kilowatts. For example, a 10 kilowatt system could provide all the surface power needed for a 30 to 45 day human stay on Mars, and multiple units could provide up to 500 days worth of power. This was the first space reactor test completed for fission power systems in over 50 years, and it marked a turning point in NASA's nuclear program. Our team is now developing mission concepts and performing additional risk reduction activities to prepare for a possible future flight demonstration. Fission power systems demonstrated on the Moon are expected to also be used on Mars. The radioisotope power systems, or RPS, is a technology development effort managed by NASA Glenn that is investing in nuclear power technologies to maintain our current space science capabilities and enable future space exploration missions. NASA, working with the Department of Energy, is developing advanced power conversion technologies using heat from the natural decay of plutonium-238. This effort includes dynamic power conversion technologies and new thermoelectric materials that could be integrated into the multi-mission radioisotope thermoelectric generator, MMRTG, to create an enhanced MMRTG. The MMRTG is the power source for the Mars 2020 rover, which launched earlier this summer on its mission to Mars. These are game changers that will provide safe, efficient, and plentiful energy for future robotic and human space exploration missions to the Moon, Mars, and destinations beyond. NASA Glenn has been a leader in advanced materials research and development, and currently we are developing nickel titanium metals that have memory, known as shape memory alloys, or SMAs. Our team is working to develop new high transformation temperature SMAs, those that can operate up to 300 degrees C versus just 80 degrees C for commercially available alloys. And as a result, we have developed a suite of high temperature, high work SMAs for applications in both aviation and spaceflight. One example application currently being researched is non-pneumatic rover tire development. a tire that does not require air. Right now, the rovers on Mars are using a rigid tire design that has been very effective, but has also sustained considerable damage in the rough Martian terrain. By using shape memory alloys, researchers at Glenn have developed spring tires, which will be able to envelop rocks and other terrain features that are currently damaging tires. We ran these SMA tires on the torture track out at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. This is a 21 by 22 meter sandbox filled with obstacles that simulate the red planet, all to test what makes a rover physically rove, the wheels. And where current rigid tires don't typically make it very far, our tires traveled more than 10 kilometers before the test was stopped because no wear or damage was present. These shape memory alloy tires are now being looked at for future missions to Mars, including a possible Mars sample return mission in the late 2020s. All of the research and technologies we've discussed today, coupled with record levels of private investment in space, will help put NASA and the United States in a position to ensure our nation's world preeminence in space. But we cannot do it alone. Everything we have accomplished thus far and will accomplish in the future is due to a large amount of teamwork and innovation. NASA's Artemis program will lead humanity forward to the moon and prepare us for the next giant leap, the exploration of Mars. Even after 60+ years of NASA innovation and discovery, there is still much to learn, and we need future generations, the up-and-coming engineers and researchers who have grown up in a tech-focused world to get us there. Thank you for allowing me to be part of today's event and tell you more about NASA and what we are doing. Throughout this presentation, I hope you noted the systemness, all of the innovations, and the different organizations that have come together to make this dream of deep space exploration a reality. Everything we are doing today ensures that we will be successful and our crew can survive and return home safely. Our mission has started. I hope you will join us on this exciting journey. It's time to go.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Sue. Now, to dive deeper into the concept of systemness, here's a video that exemplifies not only the courage and compassion of our UH caregivers, but also what is possible when we work and operate as a unified system to support our congregate living community in Northeast Ohio.
We began planning for an anticipated surge of 300% of our normal hospital capacity. Fortunately, as the pandemic progressed, we did not see that surge of patients, and instead, the expression of the pandemic in Ohio has largely manifested itself in congregate living environments. That challenged us to think differently about how to prepare and how to respond.
The first building was reactive by nature. There was an issue, we heard about it, we responded to it, we helped them. But very quickly, we learned that we needed to be proactive and prepared for the next one.
We put together this playbook, which was really a pre-planning and management guide for outbreaks. And when we had an outbreak in a Geauga facility, one of our teammates took it upon himself to proactively engage this facility, run them through our playbook, and look for ways that he could help them to manage this particular outbreak. And from there, our Intercept team was born.
It was overwhelming. The emotions were overwhelming. Staff were exhausted.
We had 2 residents that passed overnight, and we didn't have enough staff to sit by them. I remember going into the administrator's office and asking for help, and within the next day, I had university there. Simple things to hold their hand.
We had an asymptomatic patient come in here. Once we identified that the individual did have COVID, we started to see symptoms amongst others. And it went from 1 to 2 to 3 to like 7, and then 7 to like 31 overnight.
We were struggling to provide the basic needs for these residents.
I distinctly remember a conversation that I had with Jonathan Seguin. I said, we need some help here. After 3 hours of doing a tabletop exercise and then doing a situational analysis where the team of acute care practitioners had walked through our building, they gave us order, they gave us structure, they gave us a plan to begin to execute. They really helped us to be able to think right.
Quickly, we had staff members in here. I recall giving them a list of things that I needed just to provide the basic care for our residents. And by that evening, I had those things. And it just continued from there.
We had all the resources that they needed in the moment when they needed it. So we were able to go over there and provide not only the nursing staff, but also infection control education. We're able to provide guidance on how they should set up their units with the COVID positive and COVID negative area, help them with their workflow, help them to get a good understanding of how we can partner with the doctors and the transfer center. So if they had patients that were sick, they didn't have to come through our ED. We could directly admit them into the hospital.
It helped almost make them into a remote hospital because they had the equipment and the monitoring and the resources.
In 72 hours, we saw them go from a point of being afraid to being in control of the situation.
As we came through that into recovery phase, it was probably the highlight of the last 4 months when we got the email that finally came through that said we were officially recovered. The last person is off isolation.
I could easily say this would have been a much different story if university hospitals didn't help.
When we think about the number of facilities that in some way, shape, or form we were involved with, the number's over 100.
What we were able to do for all of those patients in all of those congregate living facilities, I know we saved lives. I know we prevented suffering.
UH learned and reinforced its mission of to heal, to teach, to discover. I would add one more, to serve. We were there to serve each other and our communities.
So that certainly was an emotional video, and that was only a glimpse of some of the stories that are emerging from UH's response to COVID. There's a longer version of this video that we will share on our University Hospital's LinkedIn page and our Twitter page at UH_ventures. Now, we'll take a closer look at how we might use a systems approach and to better operate and deliver care to our patients and community. Our first panel for today, Healthcare, We Have a Problem, the Future of Mission Control for Healthcare, will be moderated by Matt Zenker, Senior Portfolio Manager with UH Ventures. Matt works on the Ventures and Innovations platform to attract, identify, and triage new innovation opportunities. If you have an idea as a caregiver at UH or want to work with a startup or industry partner to solve a burning issue, Matt is the first person you should contact. He has been working in the technology innovation field for nearly a decade with a specific expertise in healthcare marketing, programming, and content commercialization. Matt, take it away.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Patricia. I'm excited to moderate our first panel of the event. This is called Healthcare, We Have a Problem, the Future of Mission Control in Healthcare. And I'm really delighted to be joined by this panel. We've got Sam Brown, our colleague here at University Hospitals, our VP of Operations and Logistics. I'm also joined by Heather Holland, the co-founder of Agility, a company that's looking to bring mission control to healthcare. And then really honored to have Ginger Carrick from NASA, who is the Deputy Director of Exploration, Integration, and Science Directorate at NASA, and was a flight director for 8 years. So really honored to be with this great panel today. My name is Matt Zenker. I'm a Senior Portfolio Manager at UH Ventures. And just to jump into it and frame this panel up a little bit, the concept of using a central node to drive decisions in real time is really nothing new. In fact, it really seems, it's common sense. But embedding this type of structure into a very complex organization or operation can almost seem impossible. But as you may have seen from some of the previous videos and some of the talks that we've had today, COVID is really forcing organizations to rethink how we operate. And it's really it's really challenging our way of operating. And we're starting to think of new ways that we could, potentially introduce command and control centers into healthcare. But NASA, as we know, has been doing this for a long time. In fact, it's really hard to even picture how NASA could run without a mission control center. So it's great to kind of combine these perspectives and hopefully learn a little bit from each other. I'll start, and Ginger, I'm going to start with you, and feel free to give us a little bit more of a background on yourself as well. But really just wanted to, if you could paint a picture a little bit of what mission control is like at NASA, and maybe a little bit of the history and the evolution, what it looks like today, and just kind of paint the picture of who's in the room, what are they doing, and how it's evolved to today.
Sure, Matt. Thanks again for having me, and I'm excited that your industry is interested in our concept of mission control, because I think it is accessible to any industry out there to have that core focal point. So mission control first formed at Houston Johnson Space Center in 1965. Our first mission control was set up for the Gemini 4 mission. And since then, it has evolved. So initially, in the Apollo era and the Gemini area, we were focused on a single mission that had a clear start and a clear end. And these teams grew up together, trained together, lived and breathed their mission together. And similarly for shuttle, because those were 16-day missions. But today, we have the International Space Station. We have a mission control here in Houston, one in Huntsville, Alabama. There's a small one in Canada, Russia, Japan, Germany. And the Houston mission control is the central focal point. But we are still able to interface with all of these smaller nodes across the world. And now SpaceX has come online recently. They were already operating cargo ships. They're operating cruise ships. And so they have joined us now in the era of human spaceflight, where the primary job of mission control is to take care of our crew members and work together as a team. So I did that job for 8 years. I worked at the very first early space station missions. I worked 3 shuttle missions. We docked crews, we undocked crews, we had cargo vehicles coming and going. And that was a really good experience and a good leadership opportunity for me. I worked 4 years there before as a Capcom, the person that talks to the crew. Houston, we have a problem. Hey, what's your problem? So there's a wide variety of jobs in there. Those are the 2 primary ones, but there are systems specialists both in the front room and the back room, and all of the mission controls that have to work together for a common mission.
And Sam, if you could just talk a little bit about the command center and the structure that we set up just over in the last 8 months in response to COVID. What are some of the roots of that structure, and if there are any similarities or differences that you could highlight based on what Ginger described?
Sure. So I think COVID's obviously brought a number of us forward very quickly into understanding how to manage a pandemic. Specifically with a wide distributed network of healthcare assets and a large community in Northern Ohio that we have responsibility to serve. So as COVID became a thing really in Asia and started to spread, we very quickly realized that in order to manage this, we were going to have a centralized system that would allow folks to make quick decisions and be a collaboration point for a multidisciplinary team that would focus on things like emergency department, capacity and access, med specialists in the infectious disease space, coordinating with our intensivists and ICU colleagues as it pertained to care delivery models. And as we think about all the hospitals that we have, all the ambulatory footprint, we started to frame all these components in the basement of one of our buildings and physically built the infrastructure overnight. So within a 24-hour period, with our IT colleagues, set up monitoring screens, set up a telephony system, communication channels, secondary channels of communication, and really started to implement the hospital incident command system, which has got its roots really in emergency services which really comes from military concepts. So Hospital Incident Command came out of the 80s, really out of the fire service, which had been managing large wildfires out west, and ultimately progressed into this concept of incident command and control. At the end of the day, while the name is Incident Command, there's very specific seats, roles and responsibilities for structure and communication channels that allow in a more streamlined and effective communication channel for decision making. It really is about supporting the people that are on the front lines that are actually doing the work. So in our world, as we think about this and the ongoing nature, both in the pandemic and for the long haul at university hospitals, we're calling this very intently the Systems Operations Center, because we believe strongly that this is really a mechanism that allows folks to bridge gaps that are natural in healthcare, to focus on a patient and their journey across the various modalities and disciplines that they interact with along their life's journey. So really proud of the team at UH. We've done a lot in a very short period of time, but we've got a lot more work to do as we start to think what this means for us in the future.
Got it. Thank you, Sam. And Heather, curious for your perspective too. I mean, as Sam mentioned, we're starting to think about, the long haul and what this could mean for university hospitals, not, outside of COVID. And so curious to hear from you in terms of how has this concept evolved over time? And if there are other, use cases outside of kind of the system operation, are there other examples within healthcare where mission control or a command center approach makes sense?
So at Agility, we work with health systems around the nation to kind of develop a strategic, way for them to use these systems operations center. We want to enable and empower these care providers to make real-time decisions, and that's what we feel that these systems operations centers will do. It gives them the real-time data so they can look at the screen and kind of see their real pulse of their health system, and gives them, the opportunity to make those real-time decisions rather than having to retroactively look at the day before. They're able to make those decisions during that moment.
Got it. And so I'm going to pivot a little bit to some of because we're talking a lot about innovation today and innovating for Systemness. One of the scenes that came to mind as I was preparing for this, and I apologize that this might be a little cliche, but that's kind of my exposure to NASA is Hollywood for the most part. But the scene in Apollo 13, if everyone can recall, the astronauts were in dire straits and they needed to build a filter basically to survive. And they needed to do it quickly, and they had to do it with whatever they had on board. So there was the scene with mission control of, guys, we need to build something right now. And they dumped the box of materials on the table and they went to work right away. And so I'm curious, Ginger, from you, first of all, if that scene if that still resonates, if that's, just Hollywood, or if that really happens. And just if you could comment a little bit on how mission control kind of works with innovation and engineers, and, how you solve problems in real time.
Absolutely. And yes, it does ring true. NASA and mission control is the focal point for innovative real-time decision-making, just what you guys are striving for. So yes, I had an incident where I was lead for a shuttle mission, and we were retracting an array, and the array was going, you would fly the array up in it looked like an accordion. And when we attached it to the space station, you would unfold it, and it was supposed to unfold to the size of a football field. And halfway through that unfold, you see it start to rip. Two of the solar cells had stuck together, and there's this huge gap, and it took us seconds to hit the button to stop it. But by then we had this 9-10 inch rip at the solar array. And I was in charge of a team that was called Team 4 that hung around and waited for bad things to happen during a normal mission. So I got this team together, and I had a young man come in and say, Flight, I know how to fix this. And he came in and he handed me this thing that looked like a cufflink. And I said, this is a very large cufflink. And he said, yes, I made it out of this material and this material. The astronauts have all these things in space. And if you put our astronaut on top of the shuttle arm, which is stacked on top of the space station arm, and you put our tallest astronaut up there, he can install this cufflink. And sure enough, It worked. We directed the crew to build this thing out of a bunch of spare parts. We set up our astronaut out there, and he repaired that solar array, and that solar array is structurally stable today, 12 years later. So we do see things like this in a wide variety of ways every day. Even during COVID, we were supposed to, NASA goes into lockdown, you're not coming to work. We have to launch a crew in a month and a half on a brand new SpaceX vehicle. So how do you go about figuring that out? Well, we channel our inner mission controls at the management level, and we worked with SpaceX. We worked with Russia because our crew members still had to travel to Russia and they couldn't. So how do you get them the training they need in this environment and still offer them the protections and the safety so that we're not sending COVID into space? Right. So it's all about making sure you have all the right data available to people, and that you can exchange that across, international lines, across between companies, commercial and governmental. So it's not that dissimilar to some of the situations you all are faced with.
Yeah, that's fascinating, and I think Sam, if you have any examples too. I mean, just over the last 8 months, if there any examples where you've had to turn to innovation or problem solving in real time, and how you were able to kind of manage that from the mission or from the command center.
Yeah, I think there's two explicit examples. First, on the innovation side, as we got into COVID, we had to build very quickly real-time insights into what was happening in our ecosystem, and start to capture information as it pertains to some of the testing activity, and start to understand and learn how could we identify where this was prevalent in our communities, and then what tactics would we take to actually mitigate disease spread. So an intercollaborative group of folks, including Case Western Reserve, and ultimately some of our other health system colleagues around Northern Ohio came together to start sharing data, starting to build models, use some advanced analytical tools that were very novel to help us understand where risk was presented, and ultimately built what would be an alarm system, if you will, in areas of high risk. So nursing homes, areas of congregate living. We built the system on the fly that would tell us as a hospital or healthcare community that something was percolating. So we were becoming more proactive rather than reactive, which has had a profound impact on the way that we've managed the outbreak in Northern Ohio. And this crosses organizational lines, and we talk about cross-functional teams in collaboration. We've certainly had great leadership in the state of Ohio with our governor, Dr. Acton, as this started to kick off. But really the collaboration between the large health systems and then all the other hospitals in the northern part of the state still meet to this day multiple times per week to share updates and to start to collaborate on various tactics that could be impactful for our community. So this is something that I think is, as we look beyond COVID with public health crises and other opportunities to advance the community that we're privileged to serve in Northern Ohio, we will maintain these lanes of communication and collaboration going forward, both on the academic side as well as on the operating side. So really, a lot of need at a very scary time, and folks have really risen to the occasion and solved problems in a very dynamic fashion over the past 9 months.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the things of these command centers. It sounds like there's it's a catalyst for a lot of things, and it's a catalyst for innovation, as we've said. And Heather, curious from you, are there any other kind of surprising benefits when it comes to mission control or command centers? Surprising perks or benefits that you see that's maybe outside of kind of the core function of decision making and deploying resources. Anything that you've seen in the industry?
Yeah, I think, for us, when you're in a hospital, you necessarily know what's happening next. We like to say that we kind of know more about our Amazon packages than we know about what we're doing in the hospital. It's if there's a procedure coming or when the doctors come in the room. So we see that as a huge benefit, really kind of developing a patient itinerary. So it really gives that patient kind of an overall view of what to expect. Some things are the same if you're going in for a knee replacement, but if you're going in for different things, those can kind of change. And it also gives your family members kind of a overall view of what to expect, and you kind of just not sitting there waiting, looking at that clock spinning on the wall, which, I know we do. So I think that's kind of the biggest benefit that we see. And our tagline is to return the joy of practicing medicine. which is what, the physician mission to take care of patients.
Got it. Yeah, and just to stay with you too, Heather. And maybe we pivot a little bit into this human experience. We've talked a little bit about the dashboards and the technology and everything that needs to go into building this mission control. But when it comes to the team, the people that are actually going to be using it, or potentially the whether it's the hospitals on the other end or the patients on the other end, how have you thought about human-centered design approaches, and how do you account for that for the user when you're looking to bring these types of solutions to healthcare?
Sure. So for us, of course, human-centered design is putting that user in, all of the aspects of the problem-solving process when you are, design technology. We see that as a huge opportunity, not only for the end users, if it's nurses or physicians. We don't really have patients involved, but the nurses and doctors are taking care of the patients. So in turn, it helps them. It kind of increases their trust with you in the health system, and it kind of gives them the opportunity to feel kind of a part of something. They feel part of, okay, hey, I helped develop this. And when the technology is there, they can actually help their colleagues and their other colleagues around the health system to make this a better experience for everyone.
Got it. And so Sam, curious from you too of how, again, having to do this in such a short amount of time, but establishing kind of building the effective team, a team that could really, carry this forward, and how you established, even just lines of communication and just made sure that all the individuals were kind of on the same page. Curious for your, advice or thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think, that the overwhelming advice is to keep an open mind and to really rely on the expertise that folks have. In an organization of our size, we're really fortunate to have a really wide variety of expertise and helping to make sure that folks have a seat at that table as we encounter certain situations. There's a lot of opportunity to think through collaboration, both internally and externally. Being a large employer in the region, we've got reach with family members, neighbors, et cetera, into a number of diverse industries and businesses that only enhance our existing intellectual capital that lives in the organization. So as we think about the way that things have transpired, again, during the pandemic, it's been a community effort. And as we think about, again, the positioning on the future, as Heather was explaining, as it pertains specifically to care delivery, trying to bring tools and solutions that allow our providers to spend time with patients and to deliver a personalized experience. Often healthcare can be very transactional. You go to this appointment, you go to that appointment, you go to this diagnostic study, but bridging the gap for folks so that it's a holistic experience and really returns our care providers to rendering care. And to predict what may happen to help get ahead of some of these things that are frankly very predictable in many cases, and enabling folks with information in order to adjust accordingly as we move throughout at any point in time.
Great. And then, Ginger, really curious to hear from you in terms of how NASA thinks about, the humans within mission control or within the space shuttle itself. How, one of the things that I, was reading is just that there's a lot goes into establishing trust. Can you elaborate a little bit on how you establish trust, whether it's within the Mission Control Center or with the astronauts? What goes into even preparing prior to the mission itself, and how you maintain that during the missions? You're on mute, Ginger.
Sorry. Both our crews and our flight control teams go through a very rigorous training program. I'll speak to the flight control teams first. When we bring on young engineers, straight college even sometimes, we send them through a boot camp. And in this boot camp, we make sure that they understand the foundations, the core principles for operating in mission control. And we ingrain that in them. You have to have discipline, confidence, competence. You must be vigilant. You must work as a team. You have to be tough and responsible. And so these are all things that we develop in there, because the people that work in mission control, they are the last line of defense for the crew. Space is a dangerous environment, and the crew needs us to watch over them, watch over the vehicle as we execute the mission. For the crew members, they also go through rigorous training. When they come on board, they are astronaut candidates, not astronauts. A couple of years of training before we say, yay, verily, you have graduated from astronaut school, and now you are eligible to be assigned. And then when they get assigned to a mission, they go through a rigorous program. We have scenarios where we work with mission control and the crew in simulations, and we try to execute contingency procedures for all of the known failures that we can think of, but we also try to build skill sets so that they can anticipate, they can handle any failure that occurs. And when you go through that time together and you see, day after day proof that this flight controller can identify a problem and reach a solution that protects the crew, and similarly the crew can provide the ground teams information that can help them save the day, that's how you build trust.
Yep. So I know we're almost at time here, so we're going to do a little bit of a lightning round, but I wanted to get to this question. And again, I'm going to use another cliche, but I wanted everyone to just comment on what their moonshots might be when it comes to control centers and healthcare, as well as even within NASA. So if each of you could just give me, and I'll start with you, Sam, in terms of, if you looked at, UH and you can choose 5 or 10 years, what is your wish for healthcare to look like, as an operation?
A lot of chatter around population health, but really, if we can get ourselves to a point where we can start to predict disease progression through algorithms and through software, and start to understand across a broad distribution of people where folks are consuming biometric data and other things, and then how we can synchronize and personalize care to help mitigate the disease progression process. Spending a lot of my career in the EMS world, we deal with the dysfunction of people that either haven't been able to access care, or they don't recognize the fact that they need care. So really focusing on how we keep the community healthy and how we intercede earlier on to drive value so that those catastrophic events that inevitably occur today could be mitigated. So, it's really talk about an aspirational goal. There's a lot that needs to happen in order to make that work, from the delivery system as well as from recognizing these things up front. But I think in a smart world, we should be able to get ahead of these things and offer intervention that's convenient and personalized to folks, and intersect them in their life when and where they want it.
Great. How about you, Heather? Anything from an industry perspective that you have a target for 2025 or 2030? Just your wish.
Sure. I think, for us, we want Systems Operations Center to kind of be ingrained in the workflows. So it gives, everyone the opportunity to be able to use this command center. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, I would love for us to be able to know more about our health stay than we know about our Amazon package tracking.
Yeah, that's great. All right, Ginger. And then, just to close with you, but, I think, if we're starting from scratch, not necessarily from scratch now, but, I think we'd be curious to hear from you just in terms of where NASA is going with mission control. So we're not aiming for, 1965, we're aiming for 2025, 2030. How is NASA's mission control going to, change in the next 5 to 10 years? What's your moonshot, I guess, if you could?
For the last, several years, 50 years, we have been operating it. People have it as a concept of a room, people in a room in a building at Johnson Space Center. And I think our vision is to be, sustaining operations on the surface of the moon or on our way to Mars, but connecting people through a more abstract mission control, where we have a database in a cloud and we have people across the globe that we are directing to perform operations or to assist the crew from our homes, from coffee shops, from anywhere. I think that is the ultimate vision. And mission control is not a building; it is a And it is who people are and what people do, and you don't need to have a building and seats and a headset to be able to do that. You can do it from anywhere.
Yeah, that's great. And so I think we'll close with that, but really want to thank everyone for joining. Sam, Ginger, Heather, really a pleasure, really a fascinating topic. And hopefully this is just the beginning of this conversation. And we will have hopefully updates between now and 2030 in terms of how this could impact healthcare. But wish you all the best, and thank you again, and I'll send it back to Patricia.
Thanks, Matt, Sam, Ginger, and Heather for that awesome panel. We will now circle back with Kip Lee, Managing Director with UH Ventures, to moderate our next panel, Innovation via Systemnautics, Systems Sailing During COVID-19. Kip and the panelists will explore how innovators across different systems came together earlier this year to create a systems of systems to protect and safeguard those in our community. Our community has responded to the COVID-19 crisis in an innovative manner. Now we will explore the ways in which we accomplish this and what the serendipitous partnership means going forward. Kip, take it away.
Good morning. My name is Kip with the UH Ventures team, and I have the honor of moderating the panel Innovation via Systemnautics, aka Systems Sailing During COVID-19. Our panelists are Sharon Miller, Melissa Brasky, and Brandon Kornuk. A quick bio of each of our panelists. Sharon is a senior research engineer at NASA Glenn Research Center, a prolific author and inventor as well. Her area of research specializes in atomic oxygen and UV and its effects on spacecraft materials. Melissa is the Environmental Health and Safety Director at University Hospitals. Prior to UH, she led diverse teams in various sectors, including healthcare, manufacturing, and industrial settings. She is the person when it comes to complex safety and environments of care issues at UH. Last but not least, Brandon is the Vice President of Strategy and Startup Services at Magnet, the manufacturing advocacy and growth network located in Northeast Ohio. He leads the company's efforts to help innovators turn manufactured product ideas into growing businesses. I've had the pleasure of working side by side, albeit virtually, with each one of our panelists during the past few months in the thick of the pandemic. Welcome and thank you for joining. Let's start with the word astronaut. To my surprise, it literally means space sailor. The metaphor of sailing is apt to describe how UH, NASA, Magnet, we worked together in the past few months. Instead of a calm climate condition where things are predictable and stable, we were working in a crisis filled with complexity and uncertainty. Interestingly, crafting strategy during such times has been compared with sailing due to things outside of one's direct control. For example, when sailing, the emerging water and wind conditions play a big role, and it's not so much overcoming them, but really working with these conditions. Things like timing, serendipity, and luck are critical factors. I'd love to explore today how each of you and your respective organizations managed to successfully sail and navigate through new frontiers during COVID-19. The first question I have, and I think it's a good question given that the theme for this morning is systemness. What does system mean to each one of you and your organizations? There was a sense of something larger as we came together during this pandemic, a system of systems, if you will. What makes a great system? How would you fill in the statement, a great system is blank? And if you can provide an example, that would be great. Brandon, let's start with you. What's a great system?
Yeah, and good morning, and thanks for having me. I think a great system is a collection of entities that accomplishes more than the sum of its parts could, right? And as an example, working with UH, developing PPE through the crisis, I found that the partnerships we were able to forge quickly with UH and with CASE and with others throughout the ecosystem were quick. It enabled dramatic speed and innovation in very compressed timeframes that otherwise wouldn't have been possible. I saw other organizations try to do it on their own, and a great system really allowed us to do sort of much more than we could have done as individuals.
Sharon, same question for you. What makes a great system?
Well, first, good morning. Yeah, I'm going to have to mirror Brandon's response a little bit. And I think it's a collection of individuals that bring their talent and expertise to work well together to solve a problem. And not just a problem that benefits the individuals, but benefits society as a whole. And a good example of that is our partnership with university hospitals, where we're working together to enable hospitals to clean PPE on site. And, it's a combination of putting our knowledge of space environment and analysis together with UH's expertise in medicine to try to help protect frontline caregivers and their patients.
Yeah. Melissa, same for you?
Yeah, so a system is, like Brandon said, a collection of parts, and they all work and move together. So when one of the pieces is changed, it impacts other parts of the system, some subtly and some more profoundly. So when you have a disaster like COVID-19, that's obviously going to impact our system. So I think a good system is one that adapts and has adaptive capacity.
I think when we think about systems, we sometimes think about the solar system or a system of components that we can build. Sharon, you mentioned humans, if I heard you correctly, when you were talking about the parts. Does it get complicated when we're talking about humans and human systems? I would imagine it's a bit different than, say, static or inert material parts. How did that work? How does that work in a great system when the parts are human beings? Curious about that component.
Well, it's a matter mostly of listening to each other and to understand where each other's coming from and trying to use each other's experience to build together, make the outcome bigger than you could do individually.
Brandon, quick question for you as well. I mean, does it change how you think about systems when the parts are human beings with their own, I guess, volition and will to align or not align, especially during a crisis like we're in?
Crisis, for some, it is a sort of panic-inducing moment, right? Where you might fight or freeze or flee, right? Others see crisis as an opportunity. And in order to mobilize a complex system of people, you have to understand all of those motivations and interactions. We found that, following along the example of creating supply chains that rapidly produced PPE for hospitals, and specifically UH, we found that the people component was actually a huge benefit in the sense that there was purpose behind what we were doing. I mean, it made what we were doing actually, we were able to clear roadblocks that we otherwise wouldn't have been able to using sort of traditional manufacturing systems, because there was this great upswell of desire to help and an understanding of the weight of the moment. And while we didn't see a lot of panic, actually what we saw was a whole lot of leadership and a whole lot of rising up to that challenge, which actually amplified the system. And understanding that and riding that wave was a big part of the success.
Yeah, really awesome. Melissa, you mentioned the term adaptive. I can't help but imagine it connects with what Brandon and Sharon just shared about the human ability to adapt with change, to have purpose. And were there some new capabilities, new things that the UH system, which you and I are a part of, had to embrace, or we had to evolve our knowledge or skill set to adapt during this time? And can you speak to some of those either challenges or opportunities? How did we actually go from a former state to a newer state in that time of adaptation during this crisis?
Yes, so information was coming from the CDC and other organizations very quickly. It was changing sometimes by the hour. So we had to put communication structures in place so that we could quickly adapt and, make decisions on a quick basis and make sure that they were approved and coming from one source of information and one source of truth.
Were there some new, this is for Melissa, were there some new things that people had to learn? And was that easy to connect back with Brandon's point? Is purpose enough to bring about the change, or what else do you have to have, whether it's skills, capabilities, building? How does that work in terms of, you've got purpose on the one hand, the mission, the desire to contribute and come together. Did we have the right capabilities to align with that purpose, or were there some things that people were asked to change to focus and adopt and adapt?
Sure, and just to build on what Brandon had said, people were excited to jump in and help wherever they could, whether that meant learning something new. For example, fit testing. We had to fit test an entire organization when PPE was scarce. We had to N95s that may not have been the typical N95 that somebody was fit tested to. We had to quickly come up with a strategy to fit test the entire organization into a variety of different types of N95s. And we had people that were just administrative assistants that volunteered to help with fit testing and learn a new skill. Our screeners is another example. We have people from all over the organization volunteering to perform health screening as they enter the building.
Sharon, noticed that in your bio, it calls out your work on spacecraft and spaceships. The word craftsmanship, I think, is really interesting in light of the work that we did, systems work. And oftentimes people think about systems, complex, very large, yet many of the things we were able to accomplish together involved getting into the details and into very concrete things. Can you tell us about some of the work that we did where it involved paying attention to the minutiae and details? And I'd love to ask our other panelists as well, but starting with you, Sharon, tell us about concrete things, maybe even small things that we did amidst systems change.
Okay. Yeah, one of our challenges was that we had generated atomic oxygen on a small scale at atmospheric pressure. Normally, we generate it in vacuum to study, how it affects spacecraft. But on a small scale, we had only done it at atmospheric pressure over like a couple inch area. So now we needed to be able to clean batches of PPE. So we needed to scale this process up. But the challenge was that we didn't have our normal infrastructure at NASA that we normally have because of the pandemic. The majority in the lab was on mandatory telework, so there's very few people on site. So that infrastructure that you can count on, you can go to the machine shop or whatever, was not there. So we had to be able to design a system that we could use that was based on things that we could find in our own laboratory or that we could go out to the local hardware home improvement store and pick up. So there was a lot of details there in terms of making lists of, from down to the very minutest fitting or part, what part do we need to fit into this? And so there's a lot of detail-oriented work there. And a lot of craftsmanship because we were like sawing plywood and working with all kinds of things that we don't normally work with, but it was on hand. So
got it. The secret is out. The great NASA, as we know it, also goes to the local hardware store to purchase things there, and we do what we can to make things we need. I mean, the notion of prototyping, as you point out, was also very much at the heart of what we did. Brandon, can you speak to some of the detail-orientedness and the things we did together as well?
Sure. So again, I'll stick to the theme of the face shield effort that we went through. The idea of creating a product and scaling it, it occurred to us very quickly, by the way. That's what we needed to do, right? We needed to go through a product development cycle and get it to scale in the tens of thousands per day, which is normally an activity that takes months and months. I mean, call it 6 to 9 to 12 months of effort, 6 if you're going very quickly. And we need to do it in weeks. So the idea of prototyping and the craftsmanship you're describing needed to be dramatically compressed. And so the way we did that was by, first of all, starting with what works. So we took what was essentially an open source design for the shield, a specific component, the head harness, and said, okay, this generally is in line with what works. But then we got laser focused on what the customer, in this case, the UH team, needed, what they were telling us they needed. And once we went through the process of identifying those needs, we rapidly ripped through prototypes over and over. I mean, Sharon, your hardware store example is very much what we were doing. I mean, we were literally going out, finding any material we could, strapping it together with tape, taking pictures, running it over to UH, exchanging, in this really weird time of, here, kind of throw it to them and see if it works. Once we got to the point where there was a prototype that was enough, we had to all hold hands and agree that it wasn't going to be perfect, but it was going to be good enough. And then we had to say, all right, what's the best way to make this at scale? And the way we did that was essentially by saying, let's take the most advanced technology we have at our fingertips and put it to work as best we can. And in that case, we were actually able to use 3D printed metal injection molds that use something called conformal cooling, which allows for rapid cycle times. This is highly advanced stuff that often takes months to get access to, but because of what we previously described as people like rising to the challenge and things clearing away, we got access to those tools that immediately made those molds. Within weeks, we were on lines producing head harnesses that would have taken, again, months and months of advanced effort in pre-COVID times.
Yeah, it's almost like time as being relative really came into play. It became a reality, and it feels like almost maybe more than just months ago then that we started a lot of these things. Melissa, Brandon and Sharon, I think, have shared some really great examples of things that we've been able to experience as outside-in opportunities, where they are great external partners that we've been able to collaborate with. You were also involved with an initiative that really began inside of UH, and then it was taken out to the community. We've called it Healthy Restart. And of course, Brandon, you have been involved with that. Curious about the perspective from where you sat. What was it like actually going to other institutions and outside of UH to take some of the learnings from UH and apply it and perhaps be of benefit to those outside of the hospital system? Can you tell us about that experience?
Sure. So healthcare was dealing with this pandemic and being open. We obviously never shut down, as many schools and manufacturers had stopped and shut down their businesses and close their doors. And so we had knowledge that we were able to share with them, and they were hungry for the information. And we were able to, share what our experiences were like and how we are managing through this day to day with PPE and ventilation and masking and, monitoring our symptoms. We were able to share our processes with these other organizations in the community, and they were very appreciative, and it was great to be able to have that opportunity to be out there and help them.
Is there an example of something that that originates in healthcare that where you found a connection to benefit the outside of healthcare realm?
Sure. One example I can think of that is used in healthcare and probably just in safety in general is when in the summertime it's very hot, and in manufacturing it can get very, very hot. And, in a pandemic, you can't have fans running and blowing, personal space from one person to another. So, organizations reach out and they ask, well, what can we do? What are other options if we can't use fans? And, when you think of healthcare and our surgeons in our operating rooms, how do they cool off? And, they have a lot of lights and heat and a lot of bodies in a room. So, I was able to share with these organizations an option of using a cooling vest, which surgeons wear during surgery. So that's just one example.
Very cool. Brandon, you hit on something very interesting regarding speed, and it goes for all of the work that we did together with the other panelists as well, where speed did not necessarily mean you had to sacrifice process and having discipline. Now that we've proven that we can work very quickly under crisis, what does that mean for us as organizations, as a community, after the crisis, as we look forward to some normal again?
It's such a great question. I would love to say, hey, now that we've proven we can make molds in 2 weeks, I don't think the 6-month thing is going to fly anymore. Yeah. But the truth is, I think it took very special ingredients to make that level of speed possible, right? A lot of, so many other things had to be paused. I think what we did learn, however, is that there are sort of some wonderful pathways that when in need can be activated. And maybe it shouldn't take a crisis for us to ask the question, hey, can we rethink how fast we can move given our focus? And if we can focus, and if there's buy-in, if there's a vision for what we're doing, I think those are ingredients that can, while maybe not, taking it to absurd levels of weeks, from a year to a week, it can certainly create the kind of speed that dramatically cuts processes that would otherwise just have assumed, hey, things sort of go at their pace. So it was eye-opening and so encouraging. And on top of that, what we found is that what enabled that speed was not just an internal process of, we work faster with what we've always done, or we're using new technology. It was partnerships that allowed an information exchange that gave us the confidence to know that we were headed in the right direction. Kip, you and I mean, we were talking 7 times a day to get some of these done sometimes. It was incredible. That's got to be there too to get speed done, right? So that partnership has to be sort of seamless and bought in. If you get those ingredients going, I think you can start to see speed happening in surprising ways.
Awesome. One more question. What is, as we think about that post-pandemic world, what's one thing that you can't do right now for each one of our panelists that you're going to do as soon as you're able to again? Melissa, maybe start with you.
Oh, that's a good question. I am going to give everybody I know a great big hug.
Yeah, great answer. Brandon, what about you?
I am going to travel, and I don't care if I have a 1, a 4, and a 7-year-old. They're getting in the plane. They're going with me.
Awesome. Sharon?
Well, I can talk to in person to people that I know and meet with them, and that would be really nice.
It would be great to meet you in person, Sharon. I will travel in my car to go see you, Brandon. And Melissa, I'd love to give you a hug because we've been through a lot together. What a pleasure sailing with each one of you. And thank you for your partnership during this turbulent time. Really, really enjoy working with you and hope we can continue to innovate as we progress along. Thank you.
Thanks, Kip. We will now hear from Haley Devine, our first place showcase winner from the inaugural Nursing Research and Innovation Day held back in August. Haley's award-winning idea, which was featured on by the Plain Dealer, is a call light to help nonverbal patients communicate with healthcare workers. She is joined by Brittany Merkel, lead innovation strategist from Ventures, as well as Lou, Dylan, and John from Philips Healthcare. We'll learn how Case Western and have come together to further advance this important innovation work since the award announced back in the summer.
Thank you, Patricia. My name is Brittany Merkel, and I am lead innovation strategist with Ventures. We're very excited to be here with all of you today. I'm joined by Haley Devine, 4th year Bachelor's of Science student at Case Western Reserve Francis Payne Bolton School of Nursing. Haley worked as a nursing assistant for assignment 5, where she got her idea to submit for our inaugural Nursing Research and Innovation Day, a nurse showcase, and she was named the first place winner, receiving $5,000 and support from Philips Healthcare to advance her idea and her study forward. We're also joined by our partners in Philips Healthcare. We have Dylan Marks, John Swanson, and Lou Promozic on the line. Lou is the Regional Director for Healthcare Alliance, Dylan, the Patient Monitoring Account Manager, and John is a client partner. And we're proud to be here today and share some of the ways that our systems align. We'll share a brief conversation about systemness across our institutions and what we have in store for our collaboration in nursing and on the topic of alarm systems. Both Case Western and Philips Healthcare have been longstanding partners with university hospitals in academics, research, and innovation. With a 7,000 plus nursing population within the nurses and nursing students who care for our patients and community across Northeast Ohio have tremendous insight and knowledge into what means as a system. And one of the first foundational skills that we learn in nursing school, as Haley can attest, is a review of systems. The human body has many moving parts and is an intricate web of complexity. In our institution, Philips Healthcare, and Case, our systems and our collaboration are a system, and not just of technology, but of people and process. And our inaugural nursing event really celebrates nurses and nursing students, as well as provides a platform for idea sharing and practice innovation. And Haley, I'd like to first kick it off to you. In the conversations that we've shared thus far, what has it been like since your win for the Nursing Research and Innovation Day?
It's all been really exciting. I've gotten to make a lot of connections that I wouldn't have expected. And I've really gotten to see a lot of the behind the scene works of like how research works and how different systems work together with Ventures and with Philips. So it's all been really awesome so far, and I'm excited to keep working.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lou, what has it been like for you partnering with in your past experiences and now with Haley?
Really the excellent resources that we have available on both sides of our organizations, and really the people involved in this process, being Haley and also the Ventures team, has really elevated the project, and also connecting the great resources that Philips offers. And so we're having fun and we're being creative and driving innovation together, and that's what it's about.
Absolutely, yeah. Always important to have fun and, to include fun backgrounds too, as you guys have. Dylan, how would you describe the ways in which we, from Philips to Case to Ventures are aligned in systemness, and what does systemness mean to you in Philips Healthcare?
Sure. So for lack of a better term, innovative. So our partnership is evolving on a weekly basis to meet the evolving needs and challenges of the healthcare industry, especially during current times. So I support patient monitoring from a system standpoint, but Philips also looks to support university hospitals in every and several other product portfolios. when we get to partner and go complete clinical assessments at each hospital, we really do get into those deeper level conversations with clinicians about how we can not only leverage their equipment, but optimize it and build a roadmap for the future. So having that capability to say, okay, maybe we don't have this yet, but let's build a roadmap to get there. That's been especially fun, and getting to work with each of the hospitals to build that systemness, that idea that we can roll out across university hospitals. It creates a certain level of cohesiveness where you're standardizing on clinical, operational, and financial workflows. So it's been advantageous for everyone, but in saying that, it's all very patient-centered. And I think carrying that mission has made everyone quite successful.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all three of our institutions and organizations, really focus on being patient-centered. And I think a lot of times, even myself, when I hear Philips, I do think of technologies, but, working with you, I also have recognized that there's a lot of, people and process and understanding the complexities of healthcare, from environments to the products that exist within those environments. And it's really fascinating that the work that you do and learning alongside of you and designing with you and Haley at the same time. John, how would you answer that same question?
When I think of the systemness, I think of our clients and services that have really evolved from a department line and a service line level to an enterprise level. And, we can look at it from the bottom up or the top down. Most of the work I end up doing with our clients is top down because there's multiple service lines and multiple modalities, multiple hospitals, multiple areas. So it's enterprise level agreements, enterprise level performance. And I love the comparison to the human body because, the heart only thinks about the heart and, the stomach only thinks about the stomach, right? And there's kind of like the same thing on the hospital or department level, is that you got to be really good at your department, have your plans, have your multi-year plans, multi-site plans down at the department level to then really start to talk about how you work with other departments and how those departments work with other hospitals, and it gets more and more together to become part of the system. And putting all those pieces together isn't the easiest, but there are a lot of benefits, and it really takes partnerships to drive it together, to help each other.
Sure, couldn't agree more. Haley, what does systemness mean to you from a nursing student perspective, and now looking in a few months to graduating and embarking on your career? What are you most excited about for this collaboration, and then also for your future?
Yeah, I kind of echoing off of what everyone else has been saying. I think systemness is a really important topic. I really also like your analogy with the human body. It's been really interesting to see kind of what each group can bring to the table in terms of this process. And I think it's really important that we keep the patient at the focus and then use all of our strengths to kind of complement and do what we can to help the patient too, which I really enjoyed working with everyone and having the emphasis on how we can improve the different systems and processes. And then, going forward too, this has been a really awesome opportunity to kind of just see, the behind the scenes work of everything. And going into my future career, I definitely want to take a lot of what I've learned and bring it into my practice.
Yeah, thank you. We're excited to continue working with you, and we'll definitely be sure to share more as our work and our partnerships progress. And we hope that you all enjoy the rest of this amazing conference, and please stay well. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Brittany. Next up, we have Amanda Berra from Advisory Board for her talk, Innovation at Scale.
Hi, my name is Amanda Berra. I'm a researcher with the Advisory Board. And I am here to share with you some findings from my group, which works mostly with hospitals and health systems, about the challenges and opportunities of innovation at scale. When we say innovation at scale, we mean innovation at big, complicated organizations. And we mean more than just containing a lot of different kinds of innovation within the walls, but specifically having a kind of coherent, focused innovation approach that actually moves the organization as a whole forward on its make or break goals. I'm going to talk a little bit about why this is a challenge for health systems nationally, why it matters to everyone beyond just the people who work in and around the health system, but actually why it's critical for everybody in the community and organization partners and pretty much anyone in the local ecosystem to have a handle on the challenges and opportunities of innovation at scale. And then I'm going to talk about how to get beyond problems and how absolutely everyone can play a role. So thanks for joining me on this quick research tour. First of all, I want to acknowledge that it is not your imagination. The word innovation is in fact having a boom. You have here data from the PubMed database, which catalogs every kind of publishing that it can find in healthcare, whether that's clinical research trial type journal articles or public health type articles, or really any possible citation within healthcare. And of course, what you notice is that the use of the word innovation is rapidly going off the charts. So even compared to as recently as 5 years ago, and definitely 10 years ago, the concept of innovation has become apparently much more urgent for people to talk about, much more useful, is being applied and talked about in a lot of new and different kinds of ways throughout healthcare. And in fact, health systems have an incredibly long track record of innovation, even before it was called innovation and generating so many hits in the PubMed database. Health systems as a group, especially academic health systems, have been innovating on the more traditional end of the spectrum, as I have it here, developing new treatments and techniques and breakthrough clinical technologies for many years. And then, especially in the last decade, have also waded into a different kind of innovation, which is business model innovation. So if you're familiar with the accountable care organization concept and related ideas that came about or had a flowering, especially after the Affordable Care Act, health systems have been doing plenty of innovation around population health and those type of experiments and pilots and new ways of arranging the delivery system. Last but definitely not least, on the right-hand side of the spectrum and the less traditional side of things, more recently, health systems have been wading into emerging, especially digital technology, and thinking about how they could tap into that enormous potential to advance their healthcare aims in various ways. Given that health systems are so deeply involved in innovation of so many different kinds, why is it that nationwide we heard, starting about 3 years ago especially, that a lot of health system leaders were concerned about falling behind when it comes to innovation? I'm going to kind of give you a sense of all of the different headwinds and challenges that we heard about when we interviewed health systems nationally, categorized into external factors on one side and then internal factors on the other. External factors are actually not as important in the long term to the challenges of innovation at scale. There are some reasons why it's especially difficult right now. For example, all health systems are strapped for financial resources and under a lot of pressure because of the pandemic, and that makes any kind of long-term visioning and planning and innovation development difficult. Also, healthcare in particular is just such a hotspot of innovation from players who are not health systems. I mean, the amount of venture capital that is flowing into startups and disruptive innovators and giant tech companies that are wading into healthcare, that's definitely something that health systems see and are concerned about, just trying to keep up with that pace. And then last external factor on the left, the pandemic has caused some kind of immature technologies and some things that health systems were still in the process of figuring out and had kind of here and there in the delivery system into prime time, whether they were ready or not. And telemedicine is a great example of that. It's accomplished a tremendous amount of things, but from a system perspective, many leaders look at that and say, oh my goodness, we're using a whole lot of different kinds of technologies. We're using it in all kinds of different ways. It's not as kind of tested and mature an aspect of our way of delivering care to patients as it needs to be. So we need to get on that. Those are all kind of external challenges. Internal factors that make it so that health systems worry about keeping up with innovation A lot have to do with the fact that they are so large and they're such complex organizations. For example, they have so many different kinds of clinical services and so many different goals, and that can make it tough to focus or prioritize. I'm going to talk much more about that in a second. In addition, all of their staff and resources and budget are, typically allocated to the day job. So trying to care for patients today, that's definitely sucking up a lot of the bandwidth. And especially as compared to, for example, a startup or a disruptive innovator or a tech company, which is putting all of its capital and its staff and its budget and its executive oversight into doing things that are new. Health systems have a complicated financial model, which I'm not going to go into in great detail today, but I just want to acknowledge it can be difficult to go headlong into disrupting and innovating things when you're carefully balancing so many different priorities and goals and constraints. And then last but not least, health systems within themselves are extremely fragmented and siloed. So all health systems have multiple different service lines and different leadership groups and multiple different hospitals and regions, depending on who they are. And so it's really easy for even very worthy innovations to suffer what is known as death by pilot. Well, it turns out that health systems are actually not the only kind of organization that has these types of challenges, including death by pilot. It turns out that innovation at scale is an issue for all big incumbent type organizations. So basically every organization that is not a startup, that is trying to balance all of those different goals, objectives, and parameters. So data on the left showing that among big organizations with revenue over $1 billion, not specific to healthcare, all kinds of organizations, even those that have dedicated innovation centers to help with this, they pretty much all struggle to scale innovation. In case it's not clear what I mean by scaling innovation, I included some things on the right to describe what does failure to scale innovation look like. And it's basically all of the following. One, you see very worthy ideas never coming to maturity because they couldn't survive the pains of growing up, right? So they just never got the time to improve, expand, and generate enough track record to go the distance. It can and does frequently happen in big, complicated organizations that also you can have a amazing innovation that is just camping out somewhere in the delivery system and other people don't know about it. So a physician working at part of the system A has no idea that part of the system B has made this breakthrough or is serving patients in this new and innovative way. And then last but not least, you can definitely have innovations that are only available to some customers. So in the case of health systems, that would be some patients, some of the time, depending on which of the many front doors of the health system they walked through. That would be an inconsistency that a lot of incumbent organizations struggle. Part of the issue here when it comes to having a tremendous number of innovations that are not hitting scale is that innovation can enable so many different kinds of things. And again, that's true at health systems as well as other kinds of organizations, but bringing back the focus to health systems for a moment, health systems have so many different goals. And what we heard in the innovation research was that they could be using innovation to advance many of them. So they could, for example, just kind of moving around in this graphic starting at the top left, they could, for example, get into entirely new businesses, and some of them could be huge. Well, that certainly wouldn't hurt in an era where health system operating margins are historically narrow. At the top right, we heard how innovation could improve patient access, which I think we all understand how that could be, but you could throw all of your innovation time and effort and resources into just that. At the same time, bottom right, you could alternatively focus your innovation effort and strategy on helping staff as your primary goal, right? And some systems do this. So their stated innovation aim is to help staff practice at top of license, reduce burnout, return joy to the practice of medicine. Of course, some innovations check multiple of these boxes, but I'm talking about, which thing are you going to use as a compass? In the middle, you have the many systems that are thinking about using innovation to address social determinants of health and address inequities and advance their mission. Again, you could do that and also achieve some of these other goals, which is what makes it so confusing. And then last but not least, on the bottom left, health systems are also tracking the fact that innovation, meaning tapping into the power of emerging technologies and new kinds of partnerships and so on, could also enhance the competitiveness of their existing core services. So just take the exact clinical services more or less as they are delivered today and just make them easier to access and higher quality and more competitive. Any or all of these are worthy innovation goals. But the fact that there are so many of them leads to a situation where at many systems, it can be hard to put your finger on exactly what the health system innovation strategy is. So this is a representative quote from the research where a chief strategy officer of a health system said, at the end of the day, we're doing all of these amazing things, but a factor that is missing is that you should be able to ask anyone here what our innovation strategy is and get two things, an answer and the same answer. And we can't do that today. Why is that a challenge? Basically because if you were able to kind of have that degree of strategic focus, and if you were able to then put your organizational weight behind a subset of innovations, not just all of them, but disproportionately some, that might be, what it takes in order to get the innovations off the ground that most advance where you're trying to go as an organization, that move the whole thing forward from where it is now to where it wants to be. It maybe can't do absolutely everything at once. It maybe has to focus on a subset of things and then put the weight and the push behind that subset and driving toward that particular mission. Now, I did promise to talk about why this matters to organizations that are not health systems and to people who do not work at a health system. And in brief, it's because health systems, kind of widening out the lens here, health systems are what is known as anchor institutions. Now, they're not the only anchor institutions that are out there. Also, big not-for-profits, big government agencies that are located in the area. These types of organizations are different from your standard, like especially a startup or a big tech company, because as this report, which is actually about some visionary work that was done by United Hospitals a decade ago with these aims, anchor institutions will not relocate because conditions are favorable elsewhere. They are rooted in the community that they're in, and they're going, as they have a kind of vested self-interest in helping the local economy and all of their local partners, and actually helping the community as a whole to move forward. So they both have a responsibility and an interest in doing that, and as well, since they are such an epicenter of innovation, they're uniquely kind of powerfully positioned to help catalyze those changes. So with all that as background, I want to share 3 pieces of advice that we pulled from looking at what's happening among health systems nationally and what it looked like to us when health systems were able to make the most progress in a focused way to getting innovations to scale. Here were 3 things or 3 common themes that we heard. The first is about steering innovation strategically and putting innovation at an organizational level into the ring against make or break goals. As an example, one case study institution located in the Northwest had a dashboard, like a corporate type dashboard, that stated what is the purpose, basically, of having an innovation platform at all, right? Why should we expend any resources and energy into innovation as an activity? They crystallized those aspirations, and those are what you see on the left. So we want, in a permanent way, to make sure that new ideas are flowing, whether we're identifying them on the inside and bringing them to the rest of the system or bringing outside ideas in, both of those. We want to have innovation because we want to balance today's business with tomorrow's business and make sure that we're allocating bandwidth to that. We want to put innovation into the delivery system that exists today. This is making, existing clinical services better. And also we need to do it in a way that's financially sustainable. This health system, has metrics to show whether those things are happening so that they can determine whether they are on track. My favorite of which is this one next to infusing innovation in the delivery system, where they went around and looked at all of the different business plans that exist in all the different clinical service lines and checked to see, do we see that these business plans account for disruptive technology? Because they should, right? We have this whole innovation infrastructure and activity, and we want to make sure that that's happening to know that our innovation efforts are getting at our most important organizational goals. So that was one theme. A second theme was about innovation professionals and investing time in the activities that most closely matched up with the make or break problems at that particular organization at that moment in time. So for example, you could spend your time doing strategy development, and if the strategy isn't stated, that's an awesome use of time. Or if that strategy is already in place, you could turn your attention to other things. For example, innovation days, capacity building and training, preparing for launches, scaling things up. It all depends. What are the, again, make or break goals for innovation for the organization as a whole? Where are we trying to get? And then what is it that the innovation team can most valuably do in order to get us to those goals? The third theme that I wanted to share with all of you today from this research was about keeping connected and communicating. Here's where absolutely everybody who is participating in this event has the chance to weigh in on and participate in the innovation that is happening in a health system. So I pulled here from UH, the website that they have, to invite everyone who works within the organization as well as outside partners to contribute to innovation work. And I have to say, this is unusual. Most health systems, it can be a little bit difficult to figure out where to send your ideas, but not here. Here there is an open door. It's pretty clear what it is. And I would encourage absolutely everybody here to participate in the innovation activities that are here and share their ideas. Last but not least, an important component of communication that applies across the board to patients, both current patients of the health system as well as former patients and potential patients, clinicians, administrators, staff, community leaders, healthcare purchasers that are in the area, as well as vendors and suppliers, is to share candidly about challenges that you see. These are the raw materials that go into deciding what problems an innovation effort organization-wide should focus on, sharing your ideas, sharing resources that you can bring to the table, participating in fledgling solutions even if they're not perfect, giving feedback on those solutions so that they can be improved, and never giving up, being patient through experimental models and iterations as folks within the health system work to make it better. I will leave you with these questions for your consideration, which I think are always worth asking as you try to help your local organization or the organization you work in make sure that it is able to innovate at scale. The first is, what are the top make or break challenges that we face? So of all the many different challenges that we have, if you had to narrow it down to the 3 to 5 that are make or break, which ones are those? The second is, how can innovation move us forward on those challenges? So there is a piece of them, but probably not the entirety, where emerging technology, new kinds of partners, and so forth offer a path forward. Isolating those is an important way to focus and keep momentum where it matters the most. And then definitely not to be overlooked is asking oneself the question, how will we know if we are on track and on pace with innovation overall? Is it enough to look around and say, wow, look at all the different innovations that are happening? Or are we trying to put the organization onto a glide path, again, from where it is now to where it's trying to get in the future, using the power of innovation? How would we know whether we are on track and on pace compared to our goal? That is an important question to ask, and I hope it will help everybody here to support one another as we figure out how to use innovation at scale. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Amanda. Now from NASA, we have Betsy Turnbull. Betsy is the lead systems engineer of the Compass Concurrent Design Team at NASA Glenn Research Center. Prior to taking on this role, Betsy spent 6 years at GRC as an operations research analyst in the Cost and Economic Analysis Office and served an 8-month detail in the Office of the Director as the Executive Protocol Officer. Take it away, Betsy.
Good morning. I'm Betsy Turnbull, the lead systems engineer for the Compass team at NASA's Glenn Research Center. I'm excited to tell you about how we use concurrent engineering to complete conceptual spacecraft designs, and perhaps share some best practices of how to use a concurrent team to solve problems quickly and creatively. The Compass team is a multidisciplinary concurrent engineering team whose primary purpose is to perform integrated vehicle systems analysis and provide conceptual designs and trades for both exploration and science-based missions. Basically, we're an engineering team who all sits in the same room at the same time and work together to design space missions, each in only 2 weeks. Each mission starts with a customer. Compass has a wide variety of customers from NASA, other government organizations, industry, academia, and our international partners in space. A selection of examples is shown here, but this is by no means a complete list. Our customer provides us with the problem. What is the mission they are looking to design? Are they a scientist with an instrument that needs to be delivered to Mars? Are they a technologist looking to showcase the new doors opened by their technology breakthroughs? Or is it a mission architecture team looking for quick trades on what the most viable mode of propulsion may be for their needs? Regardless of who the customer is, they provide the Compass team with the objectives of the design, their requirements, constraints, and figures of merit. The Compass team then begins working on the design of the spacecraft and of the mission. The team is made up of subject matter experts, each designing a specific subsystem within the spacecraft, like thermal control, propulsion, power systems, and so on. You can see them on the compass. There is also a team lead who guides the team and is the primary customer interface, and a systems engineer, me, who integrates all the subsystem leads' designs and ensures that everyone has the information that they need. Crucially, we ask the customer to stay in the room with us as much as possible. Over the past 14 years, the Compass team has found real value in having the stakeholders sit in the room with you as you design the vehicle and to be active participants. There are a couple benefits to this, but the main ones are that the customer stakeholders know what the thresholds are for success and failure and can steer you away from solutions that, although they may close, would not be executable or acceptable. Also, when the stakeholders are in the room and the time comes to make a decision about, say, investigating path A or path B, they're up to date on what has led to this decision point and can make the decision without an additional briefing and stopping progress. This all ties into the ability to do quick iterations in the design, which is the key advantage of concurrent engineering. And remember, we're doing this all in 2 weeks. And so the dialogue continues iteratively, as you can see on the slide, until we close on a point design. The Compass team, doing such early phase designs, aims to give our customers what we say is 80% of the answer in 10% of the time. And concurrent engineering is how this is achieved. Concurrent engineering creates sound engineering designs quickly and without the rework that's required if you operate in isolated teams. The danger in optimizing each subsystem in isolation comes in the requirements that are then levied against the other subsystems in the spacecraft. By working together at the same time, you can balance the advantages and the disadvantages of making design decisions across the many subsystems, leading to each subsystem making concessions to benefit the integrated system. It's also a faster method of creating a design. If you send each person off to work in a siloed fashion, you're cutting off a stream of information that they need from the other integrated parts of the system. For example, if the customer gave us their objectives in a meeting and then we all worked separately and came back a week later, as has been traditionally done, you'll often find you weren't even all working on the same problem. So then you go off again, and a week later, you may find the same thing again. Designs done in this fashion can take a long time to form and can miss crucial interactions between the different subsystems. We work, well, not when we're not in a pandemic, all in the same room. It's shown here. And we're able to share our work with each other on large screens around the room. This helps cultivate the necessary collaborative environment. We can also have side discussions within our tables without disrupting the main conversation. There's value in everyone sharing their ideas, questions, and concerns, whether they're the designated expert in a system or not. You may see something in a different way than someone else, and that may lead to a more innovative and rigorous design. Additionally, there's value in open dialogue. The team lead may guide the team throughout the process, but he doesn't dictate where the design should go. To find innovative solutions that really enhance an integrated system, you should expect to iterate through many options and try not to down-select too quickly. Giving and encouraging subsystem leads to have ownership of their system also allows them to negotiate the puts and takes with other subsystem leads, discussing where they're willing to make concessions for their subsystem that may benefit the vehicle as a whole. On this slide, you'll notice that Glide is at the center of our process. Glide is an in-house software package used to share data easily and rapidly during the concurrent design process. But you don't need to build an in-house tool. Cloud environments that allow for real-time sharing are actually quite common these days. Also note that this is just used for sharing the pieces and parts and all the little numbers that add up. This is not where the design happens. The design happens in the room with the people, with conversation, whiteboards, brainstorming, etc. That the tool is just where those decisions and iterations play out in a recordable and measurable fashion. Although we've been physically separated during the COVID-19 pandemic, our team continues to work concurrently. As I'm sure many of you have experienced, remote work can come with some difficulties, but many of those can be worked around. For example, the side conversations that typically took place between engineers sitting at the same table now take place using the chat features within video conferencing software, so that they can happen again without disrupting the main conversation. Sharing video can also help with reading each other's facial expressions or reactions to different designs. It also helps keep you all from talking over each other. Fortunately, our underlying software, Glide, was already designed to work in a remote environment, which has been a tremendous asset for our team. So, what is it that the Compass team actually designs? Well, in the past 14 years, Compass has produced more than 170 designs. They span in size from CubeSats measuring in the tens of centimeters to deep space human exploration spacecraft. Destinations include all the planets of our solar system, as well as many moons, small bodies, and their surfaces. Mission types include science missions, design reference missions, and key to the Glenn Research Center, technology demonstrator missions. The Compass team loves to do tech demo designs because GRC, being a research center, has so many new technologies to explore. The Compass environment provides an avenue to explore how these new technologies could be mission enabling or mission enhancing in a rapid and affordable environment. Over the course of just 2 weeks, we can advance a mission concept affordably, highlighting potential areas for risk or reward. Although it is important to note that the Compass designs are very early phase concepts, the trades and information gathered during the concurrent engineering sessions are very valuable to the decision-making process down the line, and they can help point you in the right direction in a solution space. Despite the wide range of vehicles you see here, the same design and concurrent engineering process works regardless of what type of mission it is. Sure, you change the experts in the room to fit your needs, but the general process remains the same. So the same design process works whether you're designing, say, a hopper vehicle to land on Triton, or the nuclear electric propulsion vehicle to deliver that same hopper and other science instruments to the Neptune system. Each subsystem lead aims to make choices in the design that benefit the whole system, rather than prioritizing only one aspect. This is the benefit of a fast-paced concurrent engineering environment. The ability to do quick iterations on a design allows you to explore how the choices made by one subsystem impact the rest of the vehicle, and then make course corrections as you need to. So
thank you, Betsy, and thank you to all of our speakers this morning. We have an exciting afternoon planned where we are going to transition from innovating for systemness to innovating for well-being. Some of our speakers for this afternoon include Dr. Peter Pronovost, NASA astronaut Douglas Wheelock, NASA Chief Health and Medical Officer Dr. J.D. Polk, and some inspiring panels on astronaut and provider well-being, as well as the intersection of sports and space in a panel hosted by ESPN Cleveland. So be sure to stick around. But first, we are lucky to have Connor Integrative Health Network to help us ease into our afternoon with music, meditation, and yoga, all of which we think symbolize the unification and need for systems and well-being. To kick it off, we have a treat for you. The music therapy team at UH's Connor Integrative Health Network wrote and performed a song that we are going to debut for you right now. Thank you to Seneca Block for producing and directing this unique composition that exemplifies the unification of systemness and well-being, especially during COVID-19. Here to facilitate our meditation, we have Dr. Francoise Adan. Dr. Adan is the director of UH Connor Integrative Health Network and the chair of the Academic Consortium of Integrative Medicine and Health. Her mission is to inspire people, our organization, and community to achieve their definition of well-being and optimal health.
Welcome to your meditation. If this is the first time you practice meditation, know that there is no way you cannot do this right. I will guide you through the process. And if you practice meditation regularly, well, you know that every time we practice, we have another opportunity to reduce our stress and provide healing to our body and our mind. So find a comfortable position. You might use the back of the chair to support your back or choose to sit straight. And I suggest you close your eyes, but if you prefer, you can simply look down. We do this just to reduce distraction. And start to pay attention to your breath as it goes in and out your nose. Pay attention to your breath means nothing else than being intentional to be present in this very moment. You don't need to change anything. Just feel the breath going in and out your nose. You will be distracted by noise, judgments, thoughts, but gently bring your attention back to my words. Pay so much attention to my words, they are becoming your words. Let yourself be rocked by your breath. Breathing in, peace. Breathing out, tension. And we'll move to what we call a body scan. Again, drop your judgments and follow my voice. Bring your attention to your feet, your toes, your feet, your ankle. Very slowly moving to your calves, your legs. Make sure you are leaving a little space between your teeth and you continue to breathe effortlessly. Breathing in, peace. Breathing out, tension. Continue to move now your intention to your knees and the space behind your knees. Slowly moving to your thighs and your hips. Feel the chair supporting you. If there is any discomfort, any piece of pain, see if by breathing in and out, maybe you can relieve a little bit of discomfort. And move now to the back of your spine. And slowly going up, vertebra per vertebra, slowly rising to your spine, vertebra per vertebra, all the way up to your neck and shoulders. Let your shoulder drops. There's no need to carry the weight of the world on your shoulder. Keep breathing in and out effortlessly. Moving to your shoulders, your elbows, your wrist, all the way to your fingertips. And feel your right side be relaxed, your entire right side. And on the left side, relieving tension. Go back to your neck and gently moving to your face, your jaws, your lips, your cheeks, your eyebrows, your eyelids, your forehead, all the way to your crown, the top of your head. See if you can embrace this relaxation. And with each breath, feeling more relaxed, free of tension, letting go of stress and worries. With each breath, feeling rejuvenated with this mini vacation that we took. Notice how you feel. Take a moment to take one more big breath, breathing in, breathing out, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. And when you are ready, open your eyes. Nice, well done.
With most of us working from home and being in our chairs all day, here is Sheila to guide us through some chair yoga. Sheila Easa, program coordinator and instructor at Connor Integrative Health Network, is a certified health coach, meditation and yoga instructor with an extensive background in health and fitness and over 20 years of teaching experience. She believes everyone can benefit from the therapeutic effects of yoga and is dedicated to making it accessible to all.
Nothing contained in these videos is intended to be used for medical diagnosis or treatment. Always seek the advice of your physician or other qualified healthcare providers before starting or discontinuing an exercise regimen or treatment. Speak with your healthcare provider about any questions you may have regarding a medical condition.
Hello, I'm Sheila Easa, program coordinator and yoga instructor for the Connor Integrative Health Network. Today I'm going to take you through a short series of yoga postures that you can do right at your desk without any props, anything other than a chair. So please meet me at your chair. Before we begin our series, just a couple of safety measures. If you have wheels on your chair, make sure they either have a locking mechanism or you either push your chair against the desk or a wall or something that's stable that you're not going to slip and slide. We are going to be sitting a little more towards the edge of the chair, so make sure you're not sitting so close to the edge that you may slip off. Hopefully you are able to connect your feet flat on the floor, sit tall in your chair where your knees are a little lower than your hips and your shoulders are able to relax at your sides. So we'll just take a few moments here. We'll draw a deep breath in through the nose and exhale through the mouth. So just letting go the morning's activities, put away your to-do list, and just be present in this moment. Allow your gaze to soften, or you can close your eyes. Allow the face to relax. Feel your shoulders dropping away from your ears. Your spine is tall. And just notice where your body connects with your chair and your feet to the floor. We'll take a few moments here just to connect with the natural breath, giving the body time to calm and the mind to quiet. And just noticing how you feel in this moment, without judging, without attachment. As you feel your body settle, you can slowly begin to float your eyes open. So maybe turning your gaze to your lap and just becoming fully present in your space. We'll continue to sit tall as we draw a deep breath in, sweeping the arms up overhead. Exhaling as we turn the palms out and float the arms slowly down by our sides. With the next inhalation, we'll sweep the right arm up, reaching tall, and exhale, side bend to the left. Breathing into the right side body, stretching across the rib cage, and then inhaling as we slowly float back to center, and exhale, dropping your right ear to your shoulder. Just allowing the right fingertips to rest lightly on the side of the head without pulling or tugging. Just relaxing into your stretch. Taking a couple breaths here. And then to come out of the stretch, we'll inhale, press your head into your hand. And with the exhalation, slowly release. With the next breath, we'll sweep the left arm up, exhaling as we gently side bend to the right. So you can place your right palm into the seat of the chair, helping with stability and balance as we stretch through the left side body. To come out of our stretch, we'll inhale, reach tall. And with the exhalation, allowing the left ear to drop towards the shoulder, creating that space between the right ear and shoulder. When you feel ready to come out of your stretch, we'll inhale, press your head into your hand. And exhale to slowly release. With the next breath, we'll sweep both arms up overhead. Exhale, float your hands to the top of your thighs. With the inhalation, we'll lift through the chest, slide the hands back towards your hips, allowing your lower back to arch. And with the exhalation, we'll draw the belly towards the spine, tuck the hips, allow the upper back to round, tuck your chin. And we'll do that once more. Inhale, lifting through the chest. Allow the lower back to arch. And exhale, sliding the hands away. Tuck the hips under, draw the belly in, round through the upper back. Inhale, float the hands up overhead, reaching tall. And exhale as you lower your arms to your sides. Maybe begin to roll one shoulder back and then the other. Just bringing a little more mobility into the shoulders and the torso. And we'll just relax and slowly change direction. Circle the opposite way. So just warming up the body a little more. We'll do one more time. And just relax. The next inhalation, we'll sweep the arms up overhead. As we exhale, draw your right knee in towards your chest. Bringing the knee as high as you can without forcing or straining. So if you're only able to lift your foot slightly away from the floor, that's okay too. And then we'll slowly switch, inhaling to reach tall. Exhale, switch to the left. Tuck your chin. Drop your forehead. Allow the upper back to round. And then inhale to switch. Exhale, draw the right knee in. We're going to hold for a few breaths here. Stretching through the upper back. And with the next inhalation, we'll lift through the chest, draw the shoulders down and back, sitting tall in our chair. Start to point your toes towards the floor, stretching the top of your foot and ankle. And with the exhalation, we'll draw the toes back, pressing through the heel. And then inhaling as we slowly extend that right leg straight out. So maybe your leg may be a little bit lower or a little bit higher. So contracting the upper thigh, we'll exhale. Start to externally rotate your right foot. Soften the knee and maybe guide your right ankle across the left thigh. So as we sit tall in the chair, you may want to bring your hands to the seat. We'll take a deep breath in here, and with the exhalation, keeping the spine long, we'll just hinge forward from the hips. Start to feel that stretch in your right hip. So just taking your stretch as far as you comfortably can, keeping your right foot flexed, your left foot planted on the floor. And to come out of the stretch, we'll inhale, float the chest up, coming up all the way. And exhale as we cross that right leg over the left. Maybe give your ankle a little circle, releasing any tension from your lower leg. And then we'll take a deep breath in, sweeping the arms up, sitting tall in the spine, exhaling as we gently twist to the right. Float your left hand outside the right thigh and your right hand to the seat back of the chair. So we're not pulling or tugging into our stretch. We're just exhaling as we gently move into the stretch. Eyes can look over your shoulder, or you can look towards the floor behind your chair. And with the inhalation, we'll sweep the arms up overhead, slowly coming back to center, and exhale to release. So we'll take the right leg, place your foot alongside the left. With the next breath, we'll sweep the arms up, and with the exhalation, we'll draw the left knee in. So tucking the knee in, drawing the belly towards the spine, allowing the upper back to round, tuck your chin, just breathing into the back body. With the inhalation, we'll slowly float the chest up, draw the shoulders down and back. Slowly point your toes towards the floor, stretching the top of the foot and ankle. And then exhaling as we draw the toes back, pointing the heel towards the floor. Sitting tall, we'll inhale, extend that left leg straight out. So keeping the foot flexed, contracting the upper thigh, externally rotating that left foot. And then we'll just guide the left ankle just above the right knee. Again, we'll bring our hands to the seat of the chair, sitting tall, deep breath. And exhale to hinge forward, moving into our stretch slowly, listening to our bodies. And when you're ready to come out of the stretch, we'll inhale, float the chest up, coming up all the way. And exhale as you relax. The left leg crosses over the right. So giving your ankle a little circle, releasing any tension you may have in your lower leg. And change direction. We'll take a deep breath in, sweeping the arms up overhead, exhaling as we gently twist to the left. Float your right hand outside the left thigh and the left hand to the seat back of the chair. Again, continue to sit tall in the spine, drawing the left shoulder back. And to come out of your stretch, we'll inhale, sweep the arms back to center, and exhale to slowly release. We'll uncross, place your left foot alongside the right. Maybe you want to scoot back slightly into your chair. place your hands on your lap. Let your gaze soften or your eyes close. And just take a moment to sit quietly. Feel the face relaxed, smooth, free of expression. The shoulders dropping away from your ears. Your spine is tall, chest lifted. And just feel the weight of your body against the chair. And your feet flat on the earth. Take one more deep breath in through the nose and exhale through the mouth. Just let it go. And slowly, as you feel ready, you can open up your eyes. So I thank you for joining me today. And at the end of our yoga practice, we honor one another by saying Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you for watching today's video brought to you by University Hospitals Connor Integrative Health Network. To learn more or to schedule an appointment, please call our offices at 216-285-4070 or visit our website at uhconnorintegrativehealth.org.
We're going to switch gears now and transition from the morning focus on systemness to an afternoon focus on the theme of well-being. Feel free to interact with us live by tweeting at us at UH_Ventures and join our conversation on our University Hospitals Ventures LinkedIn page. To kick us off is David Sylvan, President of UH Ventures, who will introduce our opening keynote, Dr. Peter Pronovost. In his role as president of UH Ventures, David has a portfolio of responsibilities, including core operations, industry partnerships, technology transfer, commercialization, business development, and strategic initiatives. David, take it away.
Thank you for that introduction, Patricia. What a great morning. I hope you can all agree. On behalf of UH Ventures, I'd like to extend our gratitude to NASA Glenn Research Center for co-hosting this amazing event with us. Collaborating with our fellow institutions, especially with the likes of innovation giants like NASA, is exactly the type of cross-discipline work that we at UH Ventures believes will change the trajectory of healthcare. Today is just the beginning. Let's transition now into our afternoon topic of well-being, a topic that is important, of course, to all of us, especially as we manage the stress and the realities of working, attempting to thrive and survive this challenging and unprecedented period. And who better to get us started this afternoon than Dr. Peter Pronovost. Peter is the Chief Clinical Transformation Officer here at University Hospitals. At UH, Dr. Pronovost is responsible for improving value across the health system, helping people stay well, get well, and manage their most acute medical conditions. He's also the clinical lead for population health and the lead for high reliability medicine with direct responsibility for the UH Employee Accountable Care Organization. If that wasn't enough, Peter's also responsible for telehealth and virtual health programs, serving patient and provider communities. Welcome and thank you, Peter.
David, thank you for that introduction. And to my Connor colleagues, thank you for that beautiful and moving song. I hope you pay attention to this next section because not only could it provide you the ability to thrive and feel energetic, it could really save your life. We're going to talk about the science of well-being and how you can put well-being into practice in your own life by designing your habits. Now, too often we think our ability to live healthy is a battle of wills, right? I'm going to debate if I could deny myself having this pizza with pepperoni and sausage. With full disclosure, I happen to love and I'm tempted by it. Or am I going to go for the long-term goals and live healthy? And that tension of balancing short-term desires with long-term goals is something we all live with. And too many of us, though, think it's in that battle that we either live healthy or live unhealthy. And that's nothing from the truth. What we know is that we can design well-being. So what we're going to cover today is really 4 key points. First is, what's the science or the evidence of why living a healthy lifestyle makes a difference? Second, we're going to discuss exactly what are those behaviors that will keep you healthy. Third, we're going to say, how do you redesign your own habits as an individual? And then fourth, look at how we could design as a society, as a system, to have healthier habits in our community. So what do we know about the science of well-being? Well, imagine if there was a pill, and I told you that that pill would make you feel great. You just wake up in the morning, have a great night's sleep, feel energized, ready to attack the day, ready to have fun with your colleagues. It reduced your risk of heart disease, of cancer, of many types of cancer, of stroke, of diabetes, of Alzheimer, of depression, of anxiety, of dementia by over 50%. If I told you that that pill could reduce your overall health risk by over 60%, would you take it? Well, of course you would. What we know now is that pill is you. The habits that you make every day control 60 to 80% of your wellness and well-being, and we want to make sure you're leveraging every bit of that so you can thrive. And we know exactly what behaviors give us those benefits. The science has really matured in this. We group them into 5 domains. The first domain is nourish. That is the dose of healthy food. And we word this as dose because all of these pillars are as potent as any drugs. You eat healthy, many people in our ACO have come off diabetic medicines, of blood pressure medicines, because of what they eat. And what do we want you to do? Well, we want you to eat more plant-based food and lean proteins, and eat less sugary foods and processed foods. The next pillar is move. That is the dose of exercise. What we know is that exercise, again, is as potent as any drug for reducing depression, for cancer risk, for hypertension. And the beauty of it is it doesn't need to be painful. Just 30 minutes of walking a day give you almost all the benefit of much longer exercising and more strenuous exercise. And the dose doesn't need to be continuous. Think of it as taking exercise snacks, where you can literally get 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. It adds up to 30 minutes, and you'll get that full benefit. So move, get out and walk, and get off the couch and sit less. Third pillar is refresh. That is the dose of self-care. And under that includes getting sufficient sleep, stress reduction through meditation and yoga, and then finally self-compassion. And self-compassion is a really and often neglected component. You see, too often when we slip up in our goals or our wellness habits, and we will slip up, we're human, we beat ourselves up. We feel shameful and judge ourselves and say, I feel like I'm a bad person. And when we do that, we're less likely to practice the behaviors. But when we can treat ourselves gently with compassion and acknowledge that I was stressed or I was suffering and I had a bad day and I needed some comfort, we're much more likely to get back to those healthy habits. And we want to make sure we avoid those less healthy habits for stress reduction, like smoking and excessive drinking of alcohol. The fourth pillar is connect, the dose of social connection. We know that isolation, for example, increases your risk of readmission more than heart failure. Think about it. It's one of the main drivers of mortality and being admitted to the hospital. So get more social connections, meaningful connections, where you talk deeply with people, and avoid isolation. And finally, the last pillar is prevent. That is the dose of well care. So make sure you get an annual wellness. And if you don't have a primary care doctor, go get one. Make sure you get cancer screenings and immunizations, and avoid delaying or skipping those much needed health appointments. Now, I said this isn't a battle of will, it's about designing. So I'd like you to reflect on or write the words, I will redesign by blank. Because at the end of this, I hope you have, and certainly at the end of the whole day where there's a beautiful program put on well-being, that you begin to think, how can I form and redesign my habits? You know, the science of habits isn't one of will. Habits form by three very key patterns. There's a stimulus, like I go to eat. There's a behavior, I grab a plate. And then there's a reward, the food feels good. And we could greatly accelerate our well-being habits by being mindful of those and making sure that we recreate healthy habits. Let me give you an example. There's overwhelming data that if we eat off of small plates, we eat much less. So stock smaller plates in your pantry. It's not a battle of will. You just grab the smaller plate, you'll eat less. Don't buy potato chips, another one of my weakness, full disclosure, at the grocery store, right? Or buy enough for perhaps one session a week if that's your treat, and don't have them the rest of the day. So you're not tempted, they're just not in your house. Or put your running shoes out at night, so when you wake up in the morning, the stimulus, my shoes are there, the behavior, I put them on and I go for a walk with my dogs. Or at night, rather than sitting and watching TV, go for a walk with your partner, your spouse, your kids, your dog. Make it healthy habits. But we know that it's a struggle for some people to have those healthy habits, that there's morally unacceptable inequities in our society that make it harder for people to live healthy. It may be not everyone has this knowledge that we're sharing with you now. It may be people live in a food desert and they can't get access to vegetables and healthy food. And we need to make sure that we just don't thrive as individuals, but we thrive as a community. We thrive as a state. We thrive as a nation. And to do that, we're going to have to make sure that all of us have the same opportunities for well-being collectively. How are we going to do that? Well, the fourth pillar of our discussion, the science of social movements. You see, social movements don't happen by chance. There's science behind them. And they also have three key components. The first is there's very specific behaviors that we want to infect in the community. And I say infect because there's pretty overwhelming data from sociology that how we behave impacts strongly how others behave. So if I'm fit, not only are my friends more likely to be fit, but their friends and their friends, 3 networks deep. It literally is like infecting. Or if I treat people with compassion and empathy, our colleagues are much more likely to be empathy. It works, by the way, the same way if you are a jerk, people are more likely to be a jerk. So be very careful about who you socialize with. Second key component is there's a tight group of people who have really close relationships who spread these behaviors. And third is they're loosely connected to many, many other people. Think of it like a fractal who then perpetuate those behaviors. So let's take the story of Rosa Parks and igniting the civil rights movement. And why did Rosa ignite it when others hadn't? Well, Rosa wasn't the first person to give up her seat and to be arrested. Indeed, for decades, people refused to give up their seats. But Rosa happened to have a mentor. Her pastor was Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King, who trained her in a very specific behavior, nonviolent protest. And Rosa was a member of his church and was loved. It was a tight group of community that were really, really devoted to each other. And Rosa was a social butterfly. She was in 45 different community groups all around Alabama. And so when Rosa was arrested, her church took to it. They stood up behind her. They mobilized. But it wasn't just her church. Every one of her friends in those 45 other groups stood up for her and mobilized their communities. And before you know it, we had this social movement. My friends, that is what we want to connect with our well-being so that all of us have the opportunity to thrive and to be and living as healthy as we can be. So think of the metaphor of an aspen tree. I don't know if you're familiar with the science. They are my most favorite tree in the world. And if you're ever fortunate to go out to the Rockies and see them, they're just breathtakingly beautiful. And they rustle with this little twinkling noise that makes is almost haunting. Well, aspen trees are one organism. They're all connected underground as literally one living, communicating organism. And they pass chemicals back and forth where they feel each other. If it's a nice, warm, sunny day, the chemicals have exuberance flow through it. If it's a cold, rainy day, they give different chemicals. They support each other, they nurture each other. And it's this web of connection that we need to connect to infect these well-being behaviors in our communities. So when I think about how you might live this well-being, so every day you literally feel like you're waking up and you are just ecstatic. What I'd ask of us is to remember, like an Aspen Institute report stated, that in any collective human endeavor, there comes a moment when we know so much more about what to do, a moment when collective voices align around a common purpose, a moment when we have the ability to make the potential real. For our well-being as individuals, for our well-being as a society, that moment is now. We know the science, we know the behaviors, we know how to form habits. So let's go do them. So as you go through the rest of the session, which looks just amazing, reflect on what will your I will statement be, and how are you going to redesign your habits so you could live life to the fullest. Thank you, and have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Peter. Here with us again is Mary Lobo with NASA Glenn Research Center to introduce NASA astronaut Douglas Wheelock.
Thank you, Patricia. Now, when most people think of NASA, the images that come to mind are those of courageous astronauts traveling into space, furthering science and technology for the benefit of all. As we transition from discussions of systemness and focus on wellness, I'm very excited to introduce you to our next speaker, engineer, test pilot, and NASA astronaut Douglas Wheels Wheelock. Doug was selected as a NASA astronaut in 1998 and has since accumulated more than 178 days in space and has conducted 6 spacewalks totaling 43 hours and 30 minutes. This retired Army colonel has flown aboard the Space Shuttle, the International Space Station, and the Russian Soyuz TMS spacecraft. While on board the space station, he served as a flight engineer for Expedition 24 and a commander for Expedition 25. A full list of Doug's impressive awards and honors are available on nasa.gov, but some of these include the American Red Cross 2010 Hero in Space Award, the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale 2010 Yuri Gagarin Gold Medal Award, the American Astronautical Society Flight Achievement Award, and the Russian Medal of Merit for Space Exploration. Though he currently works at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, Doug is no stranger to Cleveland and Glenn Research Center. In 2019, Doug took a temporary assignment at NASA Glenn, serving as the Deputy Director of Aeronautics for Strategy. In this role, he focused on urban air mobility, revolutionary vertical lift, and low boom technologies and their emergence into the global airspace architecture. Doug then transitioned to become the Safety and Mission Assurance Lead at Glenn's Plumbrook Station, where he interacted with the staff and helped manage their safety concerns and challenges. Through his work at Glenn, as well as numerous outreach activities at local schools and in the community, Doug left a lasting impact on GRC in Northeast Ohio. Please join me in welcoming our friend, astronaut Douglas Wheelock.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Mary, for that great introduction. I appreciate that. It's great to be with you all for this event. And thanks to the university hospitals for your collaborative efforts with us at NASA and all the great things you're doing in our community. It's just a real treat to join you today. And I wanted to just share a couple of lessons learned from outer space and my time in space and traveling to and from and back, of course, back to our beautiful planet. And I'm going to share my screen here and just show you some cool pictures from space and also just kind of talk about some of the incredible things we're doing at NASA and the things we're excited about, and kind of gearing towards human spaceflight and the health of our astronauts. And I had the good fortune of spending my first mission into space was on the Space Shuttle Discovery. It was a 15-day mission, and I got a chance to do 3 spacewalks on that mission. And then I went up in 2010 on a Russian Soyuz and was able to live for 6 months on board the space station, was the commander of the space station through that those trying times of that summer when we had a critical failure on the space station. So quite a different experience living and existing and thriving, actually not only surviving but thriving in such a hostile environment. I got a chance to do 3 spacewalks on that mission as well, and so got a lot of great experience and a lot of great moments in space, and I'd like to share some of the lessons that I learned from those events, and just spend a few minutes with you. I appreciate that. This is actually a picture of me on one of my spacewalks, and kind of a seriousness on my face there, but you could see the reflection of the Earth in my visor. But it had me thinking back to when I was a little boy. I was just a young boy growing up on the west side of the Catskills in upstate New York, and my story is probably very similar to your story. I was from a very small rural farming town, actually. And we lived about 8 miles from our town, from the center of our town, and so out near farms and things. And so I grew up in a rural area, very small little elementary school. And I was a little boy when we put people on the moon on Apollo 11. And so I remember those moments, though, that I remember watching it on a little black and white TV. But of course, that was in July of 1969. And a couple months later, when we went into school, we had a brand new teacher in that elementary school that year. Her name was Christine West, and she was from the big town of Albany, New York, which is the capital, of course, of the state of New York. But we always kidded with our teacher that they sent her to this little rural school to pay penance for her education degree. But she loved being with us, and she was brand new to teaching, and she came in that first day. I don't remember much else about her class, but I do remember that she came in and she said, "Who saw the moon landing?" And of course, I raised my hand, as everyone else did. And she said, "One day you could do that too." And we all thought, like, this lady's crazy. You know, she has no idea where she is in this tiny little town, this tiny little school. You know, nothing really extraordinary ever happened in that town. And I certainly felt like just an ordinary kid, you know. It was years later when I landed at NASA and in the astronaut office it was actually August of 1998, many years later. And all through my career, you know, as all of us do, we think back at the moments that really kind of helped us change course in our career. And I remember those moments with Miss West back in the elementary school, and I kept remembering back. I thought, I wonder if she was right. You know, if we really could accomplish these things. And that year, just a few days later, I had my brand new blue suit on, and we had the astronaut reunion where all the old pioneers would come back, and I sat that evening on a table for dinner one night. It was my first time I ever met Neil Armstrong, and of course I kept reflecting back to those moments where I watched him walking on the moon, and the message from my teacher, you know, that and I remembered this image was this is of course Earthrise that was taken by the Apollo 8 crew, and this was sort of what I envisioned, like this out of this world experience that must be reserved for superheroes or extraordinary people from extraordinary places. And I had a chance to ask him a question, Neil Armstrong, and of course my knees were shaking, and I said, "Mr. Armstrong, when you were on the moon, did you get a chance to just sort of think about what a profound moment it was in human history, that nothing would ever be the same?" He said, "You know, I thought about that. I thought about my family. I thought about my friends. I put my thumb out and covered up what I could see of the Earth, and thought what I felt very, very small in the cosmos." And he said, and I thought to myself, how does an ordinary little boy from Wapakoneta, Ohio, end up standing on the moon. And he laughed, and we all sort of laughed. And I thought to myself, hey, wait a second, that's a familiar story, because that's a story for all of us. And it really kind of guided, it changed my life really in my profession, in the way that I approach, different challenges in life. Is we all are really just ordinary kids from ordinary places. And Miss West was right that we are all explorers in this great adventure. It harkened me back to, I always kid with the students when I speak to them that this is me in flight school. Not really, of course, but it's this is, of course, the Wright Flyer and the Wright brothers. What I love about this story is because this first flight only lasted 12 seconds. And so whenever I hear somebody say, like, when we wish away time or what have you, that the present moment is not that important or whatever, I think back on these 12 seconds that really changed the world. But the most dramatic thing that I've been able to experience and kind of weave into my life, professionally and personally, was that, of course, this took place. This is the only photo of the very first flight, and it took place in Kitty Hawk near Kill Devil Hills, of course, in North Carolina. And on the license plates in North Carolina, of course, it says North Carolina first in flight, and they were. This is the first in flight. This is where. But I love the license plates in Ohio, where we celebrate the birthplace of aviation, because these young dreamers, these crazy inventors, were from Dayton, Ohio, and they had a bicycle shop, and because of their extraordinary approach to this challenge of one day we'll fly like birds, they changed the world forever. And so it really kind of mapped out what I wanted for my life, that I am just an ordinary kid from an ordinary place, but I can also develop my talents and develop my studies to achieve extraordinary things, or be ready when the extraordinary opportunities come along. And so I got my chance in 2007 to fly aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery, and this is me at the launch pad. And of course, I have a big smile on my face, but that day I was pretty nervous about what was getting ready to happen. And I remembered back at some of the that beautiful picture that we have of the Earthrise. It made me think about precisely what we're going through during this time as well. During this pandemic. We're all in this together, and it began making me think about health and really the four basic principles of what we concern ourselves with astronaut health, and it's been very important for us as we train our new crews to go to space, and we look at the health of heart, mind, body, and soul, and so we look at mental health, emotional health, physical health, of course, and then our spiritual or our purpose-driven health. And so we use those as the four corners of our jigsaw puzzle. And this is a photo of my launch way back in 2007, and I look at this as a momentous occasion in my life where I actually, it's a beautiful picture of where I wanted my thirst and my curiosity for life and engineering, where I wanted that to take me. And so for all of us, especially all of us that are powering through this pandemic, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody at the University Hospital System that's been our first responders and our frontline workers during this very difficult year, because you guys are the real heroes in all of this. And not only can we survive through this pandemic, but we can thrive when we do focus on those four pillars of our health. And so when I speak to students, or even to you, my view is that it's like a jigsaw puzzle. I used to love to put together jigsaw puzzles when I was a little boy, and I still do enjoy puzzles. But it's like all of us have this beautiful picture of our life, where we were going and the things we were accomplishing and the places where we're going and the things we were learning. And we have this beautiful picture. And then the pandemic comes along, breaks it into 1,000 pieces. And it's like getting a jigsaw puzzle and dumping out the box, 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle in front of you. And then someone takes the box away, right? So the good news is that all the pieces are there. And the challenging news is that it's up to us to put that back together. And so we, just like metaphorically, as we put together a jigsaw puzzle, we look for those four corners. And for all of us in the astronaut office, it's health. It's the depth and quality and quantity of our health, the way we take care of ourselves in heart, mind, body, and soul. Those are the four corners of our beautiful picture of our life. So thank you so much for letting me join you. I will see you later, I think, on a panel discussion. Enjoy the event, and such a great time to spend with you. Thank you so much for the invite.
Thanks, Wheels, for that inspiring and insightful keynote. And now we'll move to Anne McLean's video, Astronauts' Tips for Living in Space.
Hey everyone, Anne McLean here. I'm a NASA astronaut and I lived on the International Space Station for about 6.5 months last year. And I know a lot of people find themselves in confinement right now or living in quarantine under conditions that maybe are not the most favorable. So while we recognize that the situation right now in the world is very different than what we have up in space, I do think that there are some parallels, some lessons that we learned over the last 20 years living on space station that maybe can apply to your scenario. And I think the big thing that I realized was that it's a big mental adjustment when you're living and working in space. People think of space exploration as solely a technical feat, but really there's a huge non-technical aspect that is critical in our success. And that's pretty simply how well we can get along with others. If you have a crew that goes to space and a month into it are not speaking to each other, that's just not going to be an effective team. So about one of the astronauts that flew a few years before me, Peggy Whitson, she worked with Dr. Al Holland, one of the psychologists at NASA, and they developed what we call now expeditionary crew skills. And these are basically 5 main skills that they identified were important and critical to these successful teams. And those 5 skills are communication, leadership and followership, self-care, team care, and group living. So the first one, communication. That's basically how to express oneself so that you're clearly understood. It's also how to be an active listener and ask questions so that you know that you understand what's being said to you. And it's actually amazing how many problems are generated just because of miscommunication. And so we talk about this aspect and some of the behaviors that contribute to good communication. So things like active listening and asking questions like I just said, using concise terminology, maybe waiting to speak until your emotions have subsided and you can speak more factually instead of emotionally. The next skill is leadership and followership. And that's basically how the team hierarchy adapts to a changing situation. And, for me, I kind of talk about leadership and subordinate leadership because really everybody is a leader no matter what level that you're at. Even your kids can be leaders. And so, the leader is the one that officially sets the goals of the team and perhaps leads by example, strengthens relationships, and kind of has that responsibility. And the follower or the subordinate leader sets their own goals and their behaviors in order to support the vision of the leader. And so you can apply those roles kind of in whatever group that you're in. Maybe you don't have an appointed leader, but maybe you have somebody that's kind of more of a natural leader. And, some of the skills, some of the behaviors for this leadership followership is that you can effectively occupy both leader and follower roles. So maybe someone is, a leader in one aspect, in one task that you're doing, and then very later on in that day, somebody else takes the leadership role. And so, the ability to kind of suppress that ego and say, okay, I'm going to lead from the front on this one, and on this one, I'm going to defer to somebody that may be the expert in that. The next skill that is important for expeditionary crew skills is self-care. And this is so important because if you don't take care of yourself, if you're not healthy, then you can't perform for the team. You can't be a good team member. And further, you may actually have to pull skills from the rest of your team or pull resources from the rest of your team for them to take care of you. So knowing when you need to stop and take care of yourself is very important. And so this is how healthy you are on a psychological and physical level. And you really have to pay attention to that. You know, sometimes when we get in these awkward situations, our first instincts aren't the right instincts. When we have stress in our normal lives, maybe we can, skip the gym one day, or maybe we go out and, we just decide to watch TV and ignore life for a little bit. Well, we're all going to be in this current situation in confinement and a little bit too long to just kind of sit and watch TV or consume social media. So we're going to have to be active about how we self-care. And so this is, trying to manage your own emotions. Some of the behaviors that can help you with this is try to be calm in the face of stress. Recognize that stress is when expectations don't meet reality, and we can't change the current reality. And so it's probably a good idea that we try to manage some of our expectations. You want to maintain your social relationships. Don't cut yourself off. And if you start to get into a negative thought pattern, then recognize that and try to get out of that. And sometimes it's just taking care of yourself physically. Take the time to go to the gym, eat right, take time away from the group for some solitude if you need to, read a book. And the next aspect is team care. And team care is how healthy the team is on a physical, psychological level. And this can be influenced a lot by external and internal stressors. So some of the good behaviors to help with team care is to demonstrate patience with others. We're all human. We're all going through this. We all have emotions, whether we're on the space station or whether we're on the Earth. We have good days. We have bad days. We feel stress. We feel frustration. Sometimes we feel anger. And recognizing that, we want to be able to forgive ourselves when we feel those, but we also want to forgive those around us. And so let's just give each other a little bit of grace. You want to monitor your team for signs of fatigue and stress and catch it early. Maybe take some of their tasks or and help them out with it. Say, hey, I'm going to go do this. Why don't you go read your book? Why don't you go on a run? Why don't you go do something? Volunteering for the unpleasant tasks. There are certain tasks when we're group living that nobody wants to do, and sometimes it really just helps the psyche of the whole group if you can volunteer for those. And that's the next one is group living. A lot of us find ourselves in a group living scenario. And that's basically how well we cooperate with each other in order to integrate into the team in order to achieve a shared goal. And hopefully, based on what we talked about a minute ago, we've set goals. Even for this quarantine period, we can set goals that the team is striving for, that each individual is striving for, and we can help each other reach those goals. Some other behaviors that can help with group living is to act cooperatively instead of competitively, make use of available team resources, respect other team members' real roles and responsibilities and what they're faced with, what are their stressors. Actively work to ensure a positive team attitude. Sometimes if you're thinking negatively in your mind, then be very deliberate that what comes out of your mouth is positive, and that can actually, pull ourselves out of a negativity. So that sums up the 5 main skills. And I think really what I wanted to emphasize to everybody is that it's a mental adjustment. It's a mental adjustment when we live in space, and it's a mental adjustment to be living in whatever level of quarantine or self-isolation or social distancing that we're living in right now. And the big thing is it's okay to not be okay. But it's what you choose to do about that that's important. Make sure that you're not taking your stress and putting it on everybody else by lashing out or sharing what's stressing you. Maybe just give yourself a little grace and recognize that you're stressed, and then really deliberately try to act for the better of the group. And that's your group that you happen to maybe be living with, and that's also our greater community. All of us right now are trying to behave in a way to help our greater community. And I think more than any time right now on Earth, and what we definitely saw from space, is that we're all in this together. And we need to be intentional. We can be successful in confinement if we're intentional about our actions, if we take care of our teams, and we can do practical things to help our teams. One of the practical things that we can do is to set goals. And it might sound weird to set goals as a small group, but each of us individually and as a group, we work better when we're going toward goals. So if we just mentally adjust to this new normal and say, okay, well, you know what, in the next 3 weeks, I didn't anticipate to want to do this, but this is what I want to do. And we share that with a group. And then as a group, we set our goals. And then we can hold each other accountable during this time. Another way is to bring the outside in. Up on space station, holidays were one of my favorite things. And, certainly holidays were not the same as what we had on the ground, but we made it work. We found decorations, we set music, we took the time to bring the outside world into our space station. And so maybe be really creative about how you can bring the outside in. Maybe somebody in your group has a favorite restaurant or a favorite activity that they just can't do. Well, how can you recreate that for them in a confined environment? I want everybody to really consider your effect on the group. When you're able to, like I said, bring the outside in for somebody else, you're really helping the group. You're making it so much better for everybody else. And likewise, if we get stressed and we don't think about it and we don't give ourselves grace and we lash out, we can really affect the group morale. And I want to leave you with something that Christina Cook said recently. Christina Cook, for those that don't know, she just came back from spending 328 days on the space station, and is also lucky to have her as a friend of mine. And something she said really stuck with me. And she said that to get her through the days up on space station, she would think about the things that someday she would miss. Yes, she missed Earth when she was up in space, but she knew that at some point she would be looking back at that time and wishing that she could have certain things back. So she tried to identify what those are and really enjoy those. And so, we're often so busy in our lives, and whether we chose it or not, we've all had to pause a little bit right now. But maybe there are aspects of this that we're going to miss when it's over, just from a family standpoint. Maybe it's spending extra time with our kids, or getting to participate in our kids' education, or spending more time with loved ones, or finally cleaning out the garage, whatever it is. So whatever that is, I hope that everybody can stay ahead of the mental game, be very intentional on what you think about, set your goals, and just like we do up on space station, we can all be successful during this period of time. Good luck.
I'm excited to introduce to you our third panel of the day and first panel on well-being. The concept of spending long periods of time in a confined space was a skill usually reserved for astronauts and submarine crews until 2020. What can we learn from NASA about keeping physical, emotional, and social well-being intact from thousands of miles away? How are health systems providing similar tools for its patients and its employees during and after COVID-19? I'll pass the mic back to Matt Zenker, Senior Portfolio Manager of UH Ventures, to introduce our panelists.
Thanks, Patricia, and good afternoon to everyone. We've got another great panel lined up. I'll quickly let everyone know who's on the panel. We've got Kelly Gilkey, who is the biomedical engineer and manager of the Human Research Program at NASA Glenn Research Center. We are also joined by Dr. Margaret Larkins-Pettigrew, who is a practicing OBGYN and chair and head of the Office of Community Impact, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, as well as the director of global programs at university hospitals. And then we have Dr. Gautam Rao, who is the chair of the Department of Family Medicine and Community Health, and the Chief Clinician Experience Officer here at university hospitals. Just to frame up this topic a little bit, and as we've learned so far today in all of the sessions, there are, lots of non-obvious parallels that we've been starting to uncover when it comes to, NASA and healthcare and university hospitals in particular. But this topic today really kind of jumped off the page at us. And as we were planning for this day, we thought, well, we can't not cover, how, all the parallels in terms of telehealth, as well as social isolation, physical well-being, mental well-being. There's all kinds of things that I think healthcare can learn from NASA and potentially vice versa. Just a little bit more specific, I think NASA has been, working on a form of telehealth, probably since Alan Shepard launched, and all the way up until, having, astronauts on space stations for 6 months to a year or more at a time. So that evolution is certainly interesting to us. And then I think, and COVID is obviously forcing us to start to think about telehealth more and remote monitoring and how we might take care of our patients that are, maybe 5 miles away versus thousands of miles away in the case of NASA. And then as far as, social isolation, we're all going through some very, difficult times right now and trying to stay confined to our homes. And who better to learn from, than NASA when it comes to training astronauts or their employees to manage these types of environments and being isolated on a space station for so long. And again, we'll also get into the stress that we're all under, whether it's, the pandemic, as well as, even just the stress of staying alive and surviving and thriving on a space station or on a shuttle. So we'll jump right into this conversation, and it would be great, Kelly, if we could start with you, just to set the foundation and paint a little bit of a picture of how astronauts are monitored when they're on the International Space Station, really focusing on how we're keeping their physical well-being in check, and also, how does NASA, mitigate concerns prior to launch, during the mission, and also when they return. And just because I always find it fascinating, I think if you could tell us a little bit too about zero gravity and how that impacts astronaut health, that would be great.
During the long duration spaceflight missions, our astronauts meet weekly for private medical conferences with their assigned flight surgeon for wellness check-ins. NASA's Human Research Program also collects a variety of physiological and psychological data during spaceflight missions to help NASA and our international partners understand some of the long-term effects of microgravity on astronaut health. So the astronaut selection process itself is very competitive. So NASA screens astronauts not only for their academic background and certainly their physical fitness, but also for their skills in teamwork, leadership, and communication. So NASA assigns astronauts to the missions based on a variety of different factors, one of which is how well the crew will likely interact with each other. So you mentioned wanting to know a little bit more about some of the effects of microgravity on the human body. So there's quite a host of changes. There's physiological changes that include muscle atrophy, bone loss, you get fluid shifts. So you'll typically see astronauts with really puffy faces and skinny legs. That's because their fluids are no longer being pulled down to their feet by gravity. So this puts more pressure on the head as well as the eyes and about a greater volume of blood in the heart. So there's lots of changes that happen. There's also psychological changes that may emerge due to being isolated and being confined. So I challenge you to pick 2 to 5 people that you'd like to share a confined space with for 6 to 12 months. In addition to the different gravity fields and isolation and confinement, NASA is also concerned about unique risks due to being in a hostile, closed environment. There's space radiation all around, and they can also be very far away from Earth. So if they need help, the astronauts need to be prepared to deal with that on their own. The International Space Station, or the ISS, is about the size of a 6-bedroom house. But our vehicles that are going to be going back to the moon and to Mars will be much, much smaller.
Interesting. So yeah, I'm curious, and this is kind of a question for both of you, Margaret and Gotham, but the physical manifestations right now of your patient population being confined to their home, and I know that it's not going to be the same as what microgravity is, and obviously it's very different. But I'm wondering if there are some, physical issues that have popped up in the population or things that we should be careful of. And I guess if we can start with you, Margaret, in terms of what you've seen.
Well, I think the biggest thing that I'm seeing is weight gain. And if you think about, being obese and all of the things that go along with that, and Gotham can actually address this very well, that people are not afraid to go out. They're not exercising as much as they should. And when I see and talk to my patients, that's probably the biggest thing that they're encountering is that when I was reading about astronauts, in fact, that they don't have that issue. In fact, they lose weight, like just the opposite, where, my patients are not getting out. And when it comes to my obstetric patients, of course, you don't want them to gain a significant amount of weight while they're in pregnancy. So I'm finding that is the biggest thing that is challenging folks, because they don't want to get out and do the exercise, and they're ending up spending a lot more time in the house and eating more than they actually should be. And so they have some weight gain. And as it relates to HIV patients, and they have a lot of comorbidities already. And so obesity is a major issue that I am encountering just because of the lack of getting outside and doing some exercise and socializing with other people who do exercise. And so that's the biggest thing that I'm finding around physical activity.
Got it. Gautam, anything you would add?
Yeah, I just want to echo some of Margaret's comments. I've seen that as well. But I think you can think about the impact of the lockdown on patients in different ways. So the majority of my patients are older seniors, almost all African American. Economic challenges significant among them. And they all face the same consequences. One is they are delaying or deferring necessary care. So the worst example I can give you is a gentleman who said, oh, I'm feeling fine, I feel fine, but I have this terrible rectal bleeding, and I'm afraid to come to the hospital. So there's a lot of fear about seeking health care right now, which can be devastating. And the second thing, and I think Margaret's hinted at that, is the social isolation itself has a toll on physical health. So for a lot of our folks, going to the grocery store, going to visit a relative, even coming to the doctor's office to talk to me is their primary form of socialization during a typical week. And we're starting to take that away from people. We're saying you participate in virtual health, which has its own challenges with that population in particular, but you're taking something away. And that means that problems such as depression and the physical manifestations of depression become quite significant as well. And then, as Margaret said, there is the effect of the isolation itself. What are you doing if you're not going out? Sometimes you're eating. Sometimes you're watching a lot of television, so sleep has been terribly disrupted among a lot of our patients. So there's those physical manifestations as well. So it's pretty multifaceted overall.
Yeah, interesting. And we've all talked about the social isolation a little bit. And Margaret, I'll turn to you, but I'm curious of the effects of social isolation based on what Gautam just mentioned. And what advice do you have for the providers that are your colleagues in terms of managing that and being able to give patients the tools to manage the stress from social isolation?
So we're dealing with two populations. One is our own colleagues who every single day, everyone who works in the healthcare system is a first line worker, from the environmental services to the people who are answering the phone calls. And so they are experiencing social isolation themselves because they can't be around their relatives. They're very fearful of what they're going to bring home to their children, as well as to some of their other relatives. So we are really encouraging within our hospital system to really make sure that they're doing some things together within the hospital. We're offering massages. We're doing those things to really expose them to their colleagues while they're in the hospital system. And then as far as our providers, we really want them to, of course, limit their contact, but they're doing a lot by Zoom. They're really communicating a lot by phone. And so we want to make sure that they're staying healthy as well as relates to social isolation. From my patient perspective, telehealth is a wonderful thing when it relates to how people can stay in their own homes and they can be comfortable about having visits in their home. But when you work with a marginalized population like I do, they don't have access to iPads and desktops where they could actually communicate and have a telehealth visit. That's one thing. And then the other issue is I work in OBGYN. So these patients need to be seen. They need to be examined. And so they need to come in to see us. And so that's another thing, just to get them to understand that they can trust to come into the space where we are, because as patients of HIV, they are also challenged with immunosuppression. So it's a whole bag of worms when you talk about how we help them deal with these issues of social isolation, and when most of us are very people oriented. And so they've had some major struggles around being alone and making sure that they can reach out to people, not only us as providers, but also their own family members. So helping them with that, navigate that by Zoom or even flip phones, that we've been able to give them things that they can actually work with. It's been a really positive thing for them.
Right. Yeah. So Kelly, I'm curious, based on what Margaret and Gautam have shared, and I know that NASA has had to manage social isolation, or probably really study the effects of that and how you might manage it and mitigate it on a mission. And so, just curious from you how NASA has managed that in the past, and also anything that I know that NASA's been called on lately as, to give some advice during these times, and any that you in particular have taken to heart that you would want the audience to hear.
Yeah, sure. So once a crew is selected for a specific mission, they spend a lot of time together training. So this training is really intended to optimize the team dynamics and see how they work together when they're under stress. So NASA certainly does recognize the challenge of astronauts feeling isolated during missions, and we do have a variety of mechanisms to help them feel less isolated. So astronauts have the ability to call, video, email their family, their friends. They have time together each day that they're supposed to spend with the crew. So as an example, meal times in particular are crucial for having that time together. The astronauts are also very busy during the day. They're doing science experiments, they're doing maintenance activities, they have chores, they need to dust and vacuum and keep the space station clean. Each astronaut can also select personal items to take with them, whether they're photographs, musical instruments. We've had guitars go up, we've had bagpipes, stuffed animals, wedding rings. They can take movies and music to listen to and watch off their computers. Astronaut Scott Kelly was up on ISS for a year, and he recently wrote an article in the New York Times sharing some of his tips on how he dealt with isolation. He really stressed the importance of having a hobby. Keeping a journal was helpful for him. Exercising, we have a slew of exercise equipment up on station. He encouraged people to go outside. That's really not an option when you're up on International Space Station, but just going out and being in nature. Staying connected with your family and your friends and keeping a schedule, but also pacing yourself and making some time for fun. He and several of his crewmates had movie nights that they would binge watch Game of Thrones together. So lots of similarities, definitely.
Interesting. And I remember in one of our previous conversations, you talked about the, plant life on the space station, even as just a representation of nature, and curious if you had any insights on that.
Yeah, so right now NASA has a variety of plant experiments up on station, and some of the crew members have really shown that they've gotten mental health benefits from that, very similar to going and having some gardening time and getting that therapeutic benefit. And some of them just could not care much. I guess those are the ones that don't have green thumbs, but sure. Definitely.
Sure. And turning to you, Gautam, how do you think our physicians have fared during this time, our physicians in particular? I think, and I've heard you speak in previous talks about pajama time, and that is usually about doctors, working late into the night just to do their documentation every night. And now I feel like, pajama time has taken on a new meaning. And curious, and it's a sad thing to think about, but maybe physicians are kind of used to social isolation because of their workload. And so curious if this, how this has impacted physicians and their well-being. And even if there are any kind of silver linings in the new way that we're kind of practicing.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So first we asked them. So we have had a weekly wellness survey of 200 random physicians and advanced practice providers that goes out every week and tells me what the level of, what the main drivers of well-being are, whether it's workload or interaction with peers, et cetera. So we converted that to a COVID-19 specific wellness survey. And now goes out to 400 randomly selected providers every single week. So we're actually asking, and it's curious, Matt, because we assumed it would be things such as, I'm scared of COVID-19, or I don't feel I can look after my patients safely anymore, or I can't interact with my learners, or I can't do my research or teaching the way they used to. And all those are concerns to some extent, but they're not the most paramount thing. Financial stress and job security are way down the list, but this is primarily physicians who generally are secure in that respect. The number one cause of stress among our physicians is inability to participate in my usual stress relieving activities, by which they mean going to the gym, interacting with family, going out to dinner, having a drink in a tavern or in a bar or something like that. So it's probably pretty similar across the board. It's always number one every single week. That having been said, if you look at levels of stress, when we measure it on a scale of 1 to 10, and our physicians from the outset were around 5. It's going up again now. We're up on 6 in the last week or so, but it hasn't spun out of control. So our providers are stressed, but I think, has coped extremely with it from a system standpoint. Margaret had mentioned a few of the interventions we have in place. So overall, we're doing pretty well. We're certainly not doing any worse than people in other professions. And we have ways of measuring our levels of stress and how people are coping.
Yeah. And just to push down on that a little bit more in terms of coping, I know, there's kind of a difference between coping with stress and then also are giving people the tools to cope with stress, but also from a system perspective, how you might actually just remove stress from the equation. So can you talk a little bit about the difference between that and how, you approach, that issue?
Yeah. So that's the most important part of my role. So there are different approaches to dealing with provider experience. We like to use that term instead of provider wellness or well-being, because that's the preferred term among physicians. One is you can give them resources to cope with their job. So it's like the analogy is, if you give someone a terrible work life and you say, well, we've got this online program to help you cope with the stress of your work life. That's often met with a lot of cynicism. So you have to look at the root causes of the problem. And we started with that in a very scientific approach. What is the drive of provider satisfaction in our system? We started almost 2 years ago. We found it was the EMR, which we've had significant challenges with, as the number one driver. The other things were, not being recognized for academic contributions, not having a direct gateway to leadership. These are the kinds of things which would help people cope with the rest of their lives. So it's important to have these other alternatives available, such as Connor, the Connor Integrative Center has a number of things that help people to cope. We've got to have both. You have to have a systems-based approach to it, as well as an individualized approach. And one of the things they had mentioned over and over again is a lack of sense of community. So one of our interventions, which has now been suspended due to COVID-19, was something called Rejuvenation Tuesdays, which I just copied from Mayo Clinic, essentially, which brings together physicians and other providers in the evening with alcohol in relaxed conversations about whatever they want. It was very successful until we had to stop. But that's the thing. So actually asking the providers what is it they need that would help them feel that their work lives have improved, I think is the key step.
Interesting. So Kelly, turning to you and how NASA really tries to work, have a system approach to reducing the stress. I think, we think of astronauts, and probably many of us think of physicians too as almost machines that you tell them what to do and they'll do it, and stress is not really an issue. But there's definitely, I think we can all acknowledge there's a human inside of that spacesuit, and so curious how NASA has worked with that and managed that. And then also, I've read a lot about kind of the trust between the flight surgeon and the astronaut and how that kind of relationship helps to manage the stress of the astronaut as well as the health.
So once the astronaut is selected for a mission, they are assigned to a flight surgeon. So developing that relationship between the astronaut and his or her doctor is definitely very important, and establishing that trust early on is key. During the mission, the flight surgeons are available 24/7, and they provide support to the astronauts from the ground, the Mission Control Center. So there's different ways astronauts manage stress during long duration missions. Some of them I've mentioned already, and Dr. Gao has as well. The having those communications with your family and your friends on Earth, and also with your crewmates. We've had some interesting personal effects go up as well. Sometimes they'll toss the football around or a baseball, and just have some fun together in the space station. Exercise is another really big way that astronauts manage their stress. We have a treadmill up there, resistive exercise device. We have a stationary bike. So that's been incredibly helpful for many of them. There's other small things that happen. There's wake-up calls that come from mission control. They will tailor the wake-up songs to individual astronaut song preferences. And occasionally we have resupply vehicles that bring up food and experiment supplies. They will often bring up care packages from family.
Got it. And so Margaret, just turning to you, and Kelly mentioned a little bit about the trust and how that there's a relationship that you need to form with the flight surgeon before taking off, so you can kind of manage everything while you're up there. And now that everybody is turning to remote, and it sounds like you still need to bring people in on a regular basis. Anything that you've learned in terms of generating trust between your individual patients, but also even thinking of UH and the community, how do we build that trust so we can continue to get them here so they can take care of themselves? Any insights there that you've uncovered?
So trust has, of course, been a major component of all physicians and partnering with their patients. Trust is essential in order for patients to be compliant and to really make sure that as a physician and as a provider, that you're both in this together as partners. In this time, of course, with COVID and with many of the things that are happening in our country, trust has been a real challenge for many of our institutions. And we have taken it head on to really make sure that our patients know that we are open, we are available, and that we really want to continue to partner with them to grow that trust and continue that trust so that they are continue to take care of their own self-care. So some of the things that we've been doing, we have our nurses very much involved in making sure they call our patients before their appointments to make sure, even if they're scheduled for telehealth appointments, that they are going to be available. We make sure that we are spending more time. We have more time on telehealth when we're speaking to our patients to really take time to answer some of their questions, to kind of tease out a little bit more of their concerns. But it is still a major issue. We have COVID and what people think about the virus itself and whether it even exists. But we also have another pandemic in this country where we have this whole issue of racism, et cetera. So on Earth, we have a lot of major issues around the trust issue. But it's our responsibility as physicians, no matter who we are, we've taken that oath to really make sure that we concentrate in that particular area of our expertise to make sure our patients understand that we are here for them. We want to do the best to make sure that they have longevity and productivity in life. And so trust is a major issue. So reaching out to them, being involved in the community, going out into the community versus them coming into us. A lot of our testing centers that are out there, just making sure that we are very transparent and honest about what's going on in the lives of our health providers as well as our patients.
Yeah, that's great. And we're right up at time here. And I don't want to lose the last question here. So we'll do that. We'll treat this kind of like a lightning round if you could. But would love to hear from you. And Margaret, you've already touched on this a little bit of what your vision is for healthcare and what we could be doing. So I'll start with you, Gotham, if you can just mention, what's your ultimate hope for when it comes to well-being or the experience of our providers? If you could put a date on it and say 2025 or 2030, what does it look like?
So it looks pretty straightforward. So we've distilled all the massive amounts of data we've got in studies to three things that people want. They want to have a sense of being rewarded or feel rewarded for having made a positive impact, at least one person's life every single day. So Margaret talks about trust, and that's a really important one. If I said, look, I understand you a little bit, I understand why it's hard for you to get your medication, and the patient acknowledges that, feels good about it, that's a good day for me. The second thing that they want is they want to be valued for their contributions outside of just seeing patient after patient. They want to know that their teaching is recognized or their research is recognized. The third thing is very simple. They want to make it home by 7 p.m. so they can have dinner with their family. So I think we can get there. I hope it'll take till 2030. But if we keep those three goals in mind and stay laser focused on it, I think we can certainly get there sooner than that.
Great. How about you, Kelly? Any moonshots that even NASA has when it comes to well-being of their astronauts or health or even, even if as a patient, what do you want healthcare to look like? You can choose.
I guess I'll keep it on the NASA focus, but I will say, right now, International Space Station, it's so close. It's only 200 miles away. As we look to, people going further and further away, we're really looking at emerging medical and telemedicine technologies and how we can enable the astronauts to have the equipment they need for diagnosing and treating medical conditions that might happen. The Human Research Program is also looking at how virtual training techniques can provide just-in-time training. And NASA is looking at how we can use computational models to help inform what medicines, what equipment and items are most likely to be needed based on what medical equipments are likely to occur. So it's a really exciting time. In spite of COVID and the pandemic, this is all temporary. But NASA, we've got our eyes on the moon, and we're looking forward to sending the first man and the next woman back to the surface of the moon.
That's great. Margaret, any moon shots you would like to add?
I think that both Kelly and Gautam have really summed it up. I'm so excited to hear this, getting home by 7 for dinner. I think that that's what we all want to do. So I think that we just continue to work in these spaces, knowing that we get a lot of self-gratification from all that we do for both, our astronauts as well as our patients and our employees, and that we continue to try to be our best selves, so that if we are our best selves, then we help others be their best selves. And
that's great.
That's it.
Yeah, we can start our own space race of who gets, if NASA can get to Mars before we can get our physicians home before 7 o'clock.
I think we originally wanted 6 o'clock, but everyone said, no, that's not going to work.
We'll make that Mars. 7 o'clock will be the moon. 6 o'clock will be Mars.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. It's really been a pleasure, and hopefully we can continue this conversation. I think we definitely have a lot to learn from each other here. And thank you, Gautam. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Margaret. And I'll send it back to Patricia.
Thanks, Matt. What a great conversation exploring individual, family, and community health monitoring and well-being. As many of us have transitioned to working at home, self-care is so important for mental and physical health. If you're home, take breaks, walk outside, make time for yourself so you can continue to be at your best even during this pandemic. Now, for our fourth and final panel, experts from healthcare, NASA, and ESPN Cleveland join us to discuss the cutting-edge technologies used to prepare astronauts for missions and professional athletes for competition. These experts will share how we can apply these practices to improve the health of our community. Let me introduce you to our moderator, Aaron Goldhammer with ESPN Cleveland. Aaron Goldhammer is a Denver native and has lived and worked in Cleveland since 2006. He began his career with Good Karma Brands at WTLX FM in Madison, Wisconsin. And he also started co-hosting The Really Big Show in Cleveland with Tony Rizzo on ESPN 850 WKNR in February of 2007. In 2014, Aaron joined Edmund Golden as co-host of The Golden Boys. Aaron hosts evening and weekend programming on ESPN Radio and has appeared on Cleveland correspondent for ESPN TV on SportsCenter, Mike and Mike, and Outside the Lines. And importantly, Aaron has also appeared alongside Kevin Costner in the featured film Draft Day and worked with ESPN Films for their 30 for 30 entitled Believe Land. Aaron and his wife, Allie, reside in Shaker Heights. Now for our last panel, a couple of guys talking about sports and space. Aaron, take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, Patricia, and welcome everybody. Hope everybody is having an inspirational and fulfilling day. And this is All Systems Go, well-being inspiration from the edges of astronautics and athletics. It's a panel that has nothing to do with the plot line of LeBron James in Space Jam 2 coming to theaters this summer. As Patricia told you, I'm Aaron Goldhammer, and I am definitely not an astronaut. I'm even less of an athlete, but I am super excited to be here with you guys today to listen, to learn, and to take part in a really cool conversation with some people who have some of the coolest jobs ever on Earth and beyond. They will share some amazing stories, but I think you'll also realize that they often struggle and manage some challenges that relate to what we might face in our everyday careers and our personal lives. And with that, I want to introduce you to our two amazing guests. Colonel Douglas Wheelock looks really cool in his blue NASA jumpsuit today, and even cooler in full astronaut gear. He is a graduate of West Point. He earned a Master's of Science degree in Aerospace Engineering from Georgia Tech 1992, was selected by NASA in 1998. And if you think your quarantine on a couch has been tough, Colonel Wheelock spent a total of 178 days in space, where he conducted 3 unplanned spacewalks to replace a faulty ammonia pump module. Colonel Wheelock considers Windsor, New York to be his hometown, and it's great to have him here today. Colonel, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Aaron. Great to be with you.
Meanwhile, back here on Earth, we have Dr. James Vuce with us today, the head team physician for the Cleveland Browns, and he is busy taking care of both some of the greatest athletes in the world on Sundays, and he may also be on the sideline at your local high school on Friday night. Dr. Vuce currently serves as the chairman of orthopedics at both UH and Case Western Reserve University. He is also the medical director for the Cleveland Ballet and has been selected by Cleveland Magazine as a top doctor for 4 consecutive years. Dr. James Vuce, thank you so much also for making time for us to have some fun this afternoon.
Aaron, thank you. Excited to be a part of this great panel.
Yeah, I'm excited too. You know, you guys both have jobs that when you ask kids what they want to be when they grow up, you're often going to hear about careers in sports, I think. And at least when I was a kid, a lot of, me and my friends said that we wanted to be astronauts. And I know I wanted to win that Nickelodeon trip to space camp and go on Double Dare when I was a kid. So Dr. Vuce, let's start with you. When did you know that this is what you wanted to devote a good chunk of your life to?
Yeah, I grew up with a healthcare family, not necessarily physicians, but nurses and scientists, and was an athlete, played high school and collegiate sports. So those two really blended well together. And in high school and college, started working in the operating rooms, mopping the floors and changing the beds. And so this really became almost an apprenticeship where being involved in sports and being immersed in healthcare from a young age, it was a very natural and fulfilling transition to head into medicine and to realize that you could really accommodate both of these as a sports medicine physician was a great way to marry the two things that we were interested in all through growing up.
Yeah. Doug, do you remember Neil Armstrong walking on the moon, and did that have a big impact on you when you were growing up and drive your career decision making?
Absolutely. I grew up in a really small town in upstate New York, just on the west side of the Catskills, and very country little town. We lived out in the near a dairy farm, and I was just going into 4th grade back then, but I watched them walking on the moon, and it seemed like a universe away from what I was doing, just an ordinary kid in that small town. But I went to school that next year, in elementary school, and I had a brand new teacher. Her name was Christine West, and she spoke into my life words of like magic to me, where she said, "Who saw the moon landing?" And I raised my hand. And she said, "One day you could do that too." And we all thought she was crazy. But as the years went on, I realized, looking back, that these incredible dreams that we have as kids, that dreams really do come true. And so it was a process for me, but it really changed my life, those moon landings. So.
Just as an aside there, did you ever get a chance to meet Neil Armstrong before he passed away?
I did, and then in fact, years later, I was selected in 1998 as an astronaut, and in fact, it was August 24th was my first day as an astronaut.
Gosh.
Had my electric blue suit, and 3 days later, we had the astronaut reunion, where all the old pioneers come back. We actually have a reunion every 2 years, and they usually the dinner on Friday night. They have these big round tables with 8 or 10 chairs at the table, and they always put the rookies with the old pioneers. And so that night at dinner, I sat next on Neil Armstrong's table, and I was just frozen. I didn't know what to say. What am I going to say to Neil Armstrong? And actually, I'd gone through so much time of my life. I was in my late 30s at that time, and but he said something to me that really
really propelled me in my astronaut career, because I kept reflecting back on my teacher and how I kept thinking, I wonder if she was right. If, ordinary kids like me can do things like this, go to space. And so I asked, it came my time to ask something, and I didn't know, my knees were shaking, So, but I remember how I felt as a little boy, watching him walk on the moon. And so I wanted to know how he felt, as this superhero, So I said, Mr. Armstrong, when you were on the moon, did you get a moment where you could just kind of reflect on what a profound moment it was in human history? He said, I did. I thought about my family, and I thought about my teachers. I thought about those engineers that built that rocket. And I thought to myself, how does an ordinary little boy from Wapakoneta, Ohio, end up standing on the moon, And he laughed, and we all laughed. I said, wait a second, that's kind of a familiar story, because it was my story as well. And the reality is, it's a story for all of us. We're all really just ordinary kids from ordinary places, but we have these extraordinary dreams for where we want our life to go and our career that we want to follow. We have these great dreams, and it was kind of one of those light bulb moments that went off for me. It's like, hey, wait a second, that ordinary kids like me can do these incredible things as well.
Dr. Voos, like Colonel Wheelock, you've come into contact with some incredible game-changing type of people, athletes in your case, in your travels and in your career. And I'm just curious, what happens in your world? I know I can't ask you about specific player injuries, but I imagine people here know that there is a significant Browns player who it is now public has a torn ACL and is out for the season in Odell's situation. So just generally, though, if you can speak to what's going on in your world when an injury like that takes place, you're on the sidelines, and what the step-by-step view of what happens through your eyes is when an injury like that invariably in a very high contact sport takes place.
It's an incredibly unique environment, but it still boils down to that physician-patient relationship. One part is the preparation for it, having your team there, your emergency action plans, all of your processes in place so that whatever injury happens, you can react and be prepared to care for that athlete. But the unique part of it is you're sitting there on the field examining someone as if you would examine them in the office in your regular clinic, and yet you realize there may be 5 or 10 million people watching you perform that examination, and you can hear the camera up above you moving behind you. And so it creates that environment where you realize that you're taking care of this person and there's a lot of eyes on you. So it really helps you to slow things down, really focus on that athlete, really keep your attention on them, because they're still a human, and that humanity component of let's take care of them and react. But then you still really need to engage and help that. And it may be one of the most famous athletes on the planet, but they're in a tough situation, and it's very emotional for them, and they realize that everybody's eyes are on them as well. So it's how can you help give them their respect and attention that they need, and efficiently, so that you can get them off the field and deliver the care. Yeah. And then there's the delivery of information or dissemination of information, of making sure everything is crisp and clear and appropriate in that dissemination of information. And then there's multiple more parties involved. Often in the office, you're talking just to the patient, or to the patient and their parents. Yeah. But you're talking with that athlete, and then you're discussing things with the general manager and their mother and their agent, and how are we going to assemble this care appropriately. So while it does boil down to pure medicine, there's a lot of these other moving parts going on around you, but it does boil down to the humanity aspect. Again, even the most famous of athletes are still a patient, and you realize they still have the same emotions and concerns and needs that all of us.
Yeah, you talk about the pressure of it all. And I sort of have this, I don't know, Any Given Sunday, I don't know if you've seen the movie, vision of what's happening between these doctors and patients. Because really, as you said, it isn't like a doctor-star player or a doctor-player relationship. It's a doctor-patient relationship. How is a decision made at that point about whether or not a player can re-enter the game? Because we see all the time on TV it pop up, okay, player XYZ is questionable to return or is doubtful to return, and sometimes they're back on the sidelines. And what is that decision-making process like generally?
Yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into play, and it's a great question. And it boils down to even before that game, what's the patient's history, or the player's history of injuries in the past? Have they been dealing with this for years or dealing with this more recently during the week? And then ultimately, is it safe for them to return? If there is a neck injury or a ligament injury that certainly puts the player at harm, we definitely do not ever have those players return. But if there are those quote unquote lesser injuries that that player's DNA allows them to emotionally handle that injury better, they know that they have the strength, or they've demonstrated their ability to return, then we'll often let them return to play. And we always have that discussion about what the risks are. But that part of their history of injury, how have they dealt with these in the past, all of those things help us make those decisions. And then ultimately the player, after we examine them, they move around and they test their body a bit, gets that sense of whether they're ready to go. Okay. But there's no doubt it's a stressful moment, and the player ultimately, or the decision ultimately comes down to the player. We want to make sure that they're safe and they feel good about it.
The phrase mental toughness comes to mind as I'm listening to you talk about the player's role in that. And Colonel, I know that's super important in your role as you're preparing either yourself or fellow astronauts for what could be a long journey off of our planet. And you know, we've talked off pre-panel about NASA and the way that you focus on preparing hearts, minds, bodies, and souls for what astronauts are going to endure when they hit their version of the playing field, right? When the rocket goes up into the air and isn't going to come back for a while. How do you balance the physical demands of that journey with also the mental and emotional toll that it's also invariably going to take on?
That's a great question, and I know that the doctor was touched on a couple of things where we try to prepare. When you think about an athlete, we usually only, as fans, we usually think about the physical performance, right? The human performance, not really realizing the same is true for a lot of high stress, kind of high energy professions like the astronaut office. We try to focus on not only physical health, but mental health, psychological health, and like the spiritual connection for us, the purpose-driven health of the person. And so we try to keep a well-rounded, almost like legs on the table, you know. So without one of those legs, the table will tilt over, you know. So we try to focus our training and our preparation of our astronauts to prepare for this journey, whether it's 15 days like my first mission was, or 6 months in space like my second mission was. And we're getting ready to send our kids and our grandkids to Mars one day, and they're going to be away from the planet for 2 to 3 years. And so we have to, the preparation that goes into that, heart, mind, body, and soul, as you had mentioned, is all the pillars of our astronaut training. And so, and I didn't really realize that when I first came in, of course. You know, I was a test pilot by trade, so I walked in the door and I sort of figuratively said, like, I'm here, where's my rocket, you know, but not knowing that I was in no way prepared for what I was going to do. And I actually trained for 9 years before my first launch into space. And when I strapped onto the top of that rocket, I kept thinking back, it's like, I wonder if I prepared well enough, you know. But our motto here at in the astronaut corps is that chance favors the prepared mind. And so I think Louis Pasteur was actually the person that first coined that phrase. But it's all in the preparation for us. It's and preparing the heart, mind, body, and soul for this journey. And so it's kind of the whole person development. Yeah. So it's very, very important to us. And human physiology, human performance is our key fundamental that we build on here in the astronaut corps as well.
I'm curious to hear from both of you guys on this. I mean, I had to prepare to do this panel today, right? And so I wrote some things down and I did some research, and we had some exploratory conversations, just getting to know each other. But I was thinking a lot about the concept of preparation, because how did I know when I was really ready? And at what point would continuing to prepare actually hinder my ability to be able to adjust and react in the moment? I mean, maybe Colonel Wheelock or Dr. Voos, you would say something here on the panel that, like, I want to be listening to that so that I can say, hold on a second, I want to take the conversation in that direction. That really jumped out to me. I think there is such a thing in life as over preparing. And so I'm curious to know from you guys how people should know when they're ready to do something big, like take the SAT or a big exam or perform, in Dr. Voos, in your case, a major surgery. And I want to, in particular, I'm interested in you talking about this through the lens of the first time that so for Dr. Voos, that would be the first time that you had that scalpel in your hand. And for Colonel Wheelock, that would be the first time that you got strapped in and you were about to depart the planet on which you were born. So Dr. Voos, why don't we start with you? I know there's a lot there to unpack.
It really does boil down to how you've prepared and then what those experiences are building upon each other. Starting all the way back from reading the anatomy books, of seeing the pictures and learning the names of all the structures, and then entering the anatomy lab and actually doing a dissection or walking through a surgery on a cadaver or on a virtual reality simulation. And then you add in, and this is very similar to Colonel Wheelock, and theirs is even much more sophistication. Then you add in all the equipment and the toys that you've got to use to do it. I finally learned what all these body parts are and how can I make this approach into the body. And now you have a scope in your hand and this toy and that tool. So it really allows you, there's that whole secondary part of learning how to use all the tools and machines and advancing technology that updates to perform that surgery or to adapt to each time. And then our orthopedic training in and of itself is 5 years plus another year of pure sports medicine fellowship, where you start by doing a lot of watching and then gradually doing more and more parts of those procedures and being given those opportunities to operate. And I think that's really you ask about when it's time to take the SAT. And I do think that simulation and being able to execute, you learn so much more, exponentially more than just purely reading the textbook, because then you learn that subtle mistake here or subtle mistake there where you're corrected. I think that sticks in your mind even more, so that when you do go out and perform those procedures, you remember, oh, I made this little mistake here, or that I need this instrument at this point. You've gone through that simulation, you've made the mistake and been able to correct in an environment where you're not hurting or affecting someone. So even with the changes we make out on the field, during training camp and even prior to training camp, practicing those emergency action plans, simulating them on the field, say, gosh, maybe we should put the spine board on this side of the patient instead of that side of the patient, or the way we use this thermometer or such needs to be positioned differently. So I think those simulations and practice really help out an awful lot. And I did want to make comment, even in the COVID environment, in the NFL, as we know, we test every single day. We live in a pseudo bubble. When we travel on the plane, we all wear our Kinexon devices that show us how close we are. We wear our different masks. We pre-package the food. And that's a lot of trial and error to figure out, how do you position people on an airplane? When do you test? What time of test do we test each morning? Even things like that. And it takes those multiple iterations of it to get to a final point. So I do think there is that position where ultimately you've just got to go do it and do it in an environment where you can make those modifications. And Colonel Wheelocks are even more life or death and even more stressful from that standpoint, but it really does help to do those simulations over and over.
Colonel?
And over again.
Yeah, it's the same components that the doctor just mentioned. I remember, when I was growing up and playing my sports, I dreamed one day of becoming a professional baseball player. But as soon as I saw a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, that career path changed. But when I think about it, when I was a kid, I always remember, practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect. I remember one of the first days after I got here to NASA, Someone said to me, I think it was one of the old pioneers that said, like, you've heard that practice makes perfect. Not true. Perfect practice makes perfect. And I think, like, what does he mean by that? And 9 years later, I realized, and just like the doctor had mentioned, the essence and the nuance comes in the preparation. And for us, we practice every day, and we practice failure, which is at NASA. It's the first place I've ever worked where we practice every day of our lives. We practice what failure looks like, what it feels like, what lights you're going to see, what your spaceship is going to be telling you when it's failing. And so, and it's hard. I mean, it's difficult, but it's the same thing the doctor is talking about in honing your skills as a surgeon, or even as a professional athlete. When you're able to with humility and authenticity, realize where your shortcomings are, and build on those, through practice, perfect practice, simulation, it was so true for me. I was scared to death when I strapped into that rocket. It was a Space Shuttle Discovery was my first launch, and I strapped onto the top of that rocket, and I kind of went primal, and I said, like, I can't believe this is happening to me, and but all the practice over all those years, and when we had failures, and we had some pretty epic failures in space, but I felt like I've been here before. I felt this feeling before because I've practiced failing, and we don't like to do that as humans. I mean, it's not natural for us, because one of our greatest fears as humans is the fear of failure. And so, but in the pursuit of greatness in any field, whatever you're in, you're good. Not only are you going to encounter failure, you're going to fail if you want to get to that point where you're in the big leagues, or as a doctor mentioned, at the top of your game as a surgeon. You have to get to that point. It's like, I've seen this before. I know how I'm going to react. I know what the right thing to do. And so through perfect practice makes perfect.
It's what you're saying really resonates with me, because I work in a world where oftentimes the mistakes that we make, the failures that we have on our show, even technical failures, are where the gold is. Our show is interesting when the roller coaster or the train is riding really cleanly down the tracks. But oftentimes the most memorable moments are what we do when the car comes off the tracks, and how we try to get it back on. Sometimes when you're prepared, when you've done that perfect practice, and when you don't panic, when a failure arises, when you're able to stay calm and breathe, and really find a solution to work your way through the problem, it can be where the really fun, memorable content is. So I want you guys each to pick out a story, a moment of failure, from a high stress moment of failure, from your career, and just speak, 60 seconds from each of you on what happened and how you navigated your way through it. Colonel, we'll start with you.
Okay. For me, I can point to the very day. It was November 3rd, 2007. I was in space. I was on my third spacewalk, and we had a torn solar array on STS-120. The solar array on the space station had torn, and we had to figure out a way to go out and sew it up, put stitches in it. And so we built these stitches inside the space station, and then crawled out on that solar array and sewed it up. The problem was, when you're outside in space, we're orbiting the Earth once every 90 minutes. So we get a sunrise or sunset every 45 minutes. In a direct sunlight, it's about 300 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the sun goes down, or you're in shadow, it's about 300 degrees below zero. And we don't have any heating in the suit. And so I was positioned at the bottom of this solar array. So I was in shadow. I was shadowed by the structure of the space station. And my hands got so cold, I started shivering, and I could see my breath was fogging my visor, and my hands were frozen where I couldn't close my hands. And I started to that little mini panic attack is, how am I ever going to get back to the airlock? I can't even grab onto something to hang on to. And so I had a little sliver of sunlight up above me, about 10 feet above me. And I remembered that in direct sun, that sunlight is about 300 degrees. And so I kind of shimmied up this solar array and I put my hands in the sunlight to warm my hands up. And so the panic kind of went away and I was able to close my hands. But it was just that practice of knowing what the circumstances were, what the environment was. And I had very limited options. I had a couple of options, either live or die, right? So, and I wanted to live. And so I realized there was a sliver of sunlight, and through my practice and through my, through the study of my trade, of my profession, I knew to put my hands in that sunlight and warm them up. So, of course, I'm back here safely on Earth. And so, but it was one of those moments where it was really primal, because I had to act right away, or I was going to be stuck out there, lost in space, as we say. So, so anyway, that was my moment that jumps out at me.
Much less exhilarating than Colonel Wheelock, but that similar concept of there's that one moment where you look around and you've got to be the one that makes the decision. My prior practice prior to coming here to Cleveland was in the operating room, and there was a power outage across the grid of that part of town, and the generators kick on, but there's always a moment where the instruments flash and some things, some of the equipment has to reset. And this was during a shoulder arthroscopy procedure, which is a poke hole procedure where we're driving a camera, and it's effectively like playing a video game. You're operating up on a screen instead of having an open incision inside the patient. And that arthroscopy equipment did not come back on. And so you're in the middle of a procedure, and while it's not life or death, you want to be able to appropriately serve that patient. And so it's surveying, do we need to get new equipment? Can I make a very small additional incision to go in and be able to see that patient's anatomy and repair or fix that issue? And that's ultimately what you had to do, was completely convert from this arthroscopic procedure and be able to be prepared and make the little open incision and change the style of how you're doing the procedure to still serve them appropriately. So while it was not purely life or death, but there's instances like that where you really have to change and figure out what's plan A and what's plan B, and how you, because you can't just walk out of the operating room, you have to get the job done. And so you look to your left and right, and everybody's staring at you. Yeah. And so it's how do you react and get your team to stay on pace with you to get. It's
amazing. I feel like I've seen that ER episode where the power goes out and the generators kick on a million times. We have just a couple of minutes left, guys, and I appreciate your time so much. This has been so insightful and really fun. But I wanted to talk, there was a documentary that came out on HBO earlier this year called The Weight of Gold. And the film is about what happens to Olympic athletes who win the gold medal after they're done with their Colbert and Jimmy Fallon and Today Show appearances, and there's just quiet left. I mean, what do you do then? You've been working your whole life towards something, and you both have these jobs, and also Dr. Boos, in your case, and Colonel Wheelock, you're now working around people and helping coach people who are also working towards that mission or that trip to the playoffs. And so mentally, how do you prepare for what happens after the major project is done and you're back at home and you're just sort of sitting on the couch wondering what's next?
Sure. Go first, Aaron, or? Okay. Actually, I'm kind of living that right now as an astronaut in the I would like to say the twilight of my flying days anyway at NASA. And when I came back from space, I actually had I was from the radiation, from the 6 months of radiation, my eyes were damaged. And so I was grounded for a little bit of time. And then I went on to start training the younger astronauts to how to do spacewalks, how to launch and survive in space. And I began to kind of wander a little bit because I felt the limelight was gone for me. It's probably similar to like when an athlete gets an injury and they're kind of on the sidelines, they're coaching, but those moments of glory, you know, that you sort of feed you when you're in the prime of your career. I was now kind of on the other side of that wave. And I had to really kind of draw on, there was actually an event, actually my dad, I was speaking to him about it, and he said, you know, it's kind of like anything in life that you do. It's like we're all writing our own story, the story of our life, you know, and you're either going to write it or you're going to have somebody's going to write it for you, you know. So we, in our story that we build for ourselves, we're always the hero of our own story. And he said, you'll be amazed. My dad told me, he said, you'll be amazed how much joy and how rewarding it is to become a hero in someone else's story. And I'd never really realized what he meant by that until I started taking what I learned, the things that I learned with the heart, mind, body, and soul as I prepared for my own journey into space. I said, like, you know what, I can use this to help other people. And so now I wear this blue suit with pride. I don't know if I'll get a chance to go to space. I would love to go, but now I take incredible joy. It's such incredible joy for me to work with the younger astronauts coming along now, how to train them to survive in space. And it all sort of came to actually I was in Cleveland last year, just before the kids started school. We had a back to school special there at the auditorium downtown, the beautiful auditorium downtown Cleveland. And the mayor was there. We had a NASA booth that was there. And a lot of kids, a lot of parents, a lot of teachers were coming by, and we had like free NASA stickers and things for them. And I was there in my blue suit, and I had this little boy come up to me. He was 7 years old. And I was talking to him, and his name was Maximus. And I said, you know, I was asking him about school. I said, are you having a good day? And he goes, this is the best day of my life. Yeah. And I looked at that little 7-year-old boy, and I thought, like, here I looked at it as sort of like, I have this appearance I got to do. And I was just sort of going through the motions. You know, I really enjoy those things, but I thought, like, you know, every moment that we're out there representing our profession, people are looking up to us, you know, that they want to be where we are, or where the athlete is. They want to attain those greatness in their life. And so it really spoke to me. That's like, you know what, I'm going to dedicate the rest of my career to becoming a hero in other people's story, you know, and it's been such a great joy for me to realize that. So it's really quite a rewarding time in my career.
That's awesome. Doctor?
I think that the concept of really paying it forward and really helping someone else achieve their dream, I think, is a huge part of it. And I talk with our docs that want to do this every day. There's no doubt it's wonderful to have the recognition, and I certainly appreciate the scope of of the environment that we're in. But ultimately, it's challenging yourself as to why you're there, and you're there to serve that athlete. And for me, on the side, additionally, I want to learn the best way to take care of somebody, both surgically and the newest technologies that are out there. So for me, it's a continual education, right? It's the pleasure and the appreciation of serving those particular athletes, but then it's being exposed to an environment where you're a perpetual learner. And so now it's for example, with the growth of wearable technology, I've engaged our biomedical engineers here at Case Western, and now we're doing a lot of research studies related to sports, and not even having anything to do with sports at all, to become a student in another arena I would never have even thought about. And then ultimately it is passing down that knowledge, and we're fortunate to be at an academic institution where we have residents and fellows, and imparting all the things I learned from Dr. Warren, the physician for the New York Giants, and Dr. Brown was the head physician for the Kansas City Chiefs. You realize you start emulating all the things that they've said to you, and you find yourself saying those same things or imparting those same things to those residents and fellows. So it does help to pass on that information and help to train that next generation in whatever way you can participate in that capacity. So for me, it's been the pleasure to serve, continuing to be a student, learning things you would never have thought you were going to learn about, and then passing on all that experience and knowledge to those that next generation who want to participate in this specialty.
Well, listen, you guys, this has been such a unique time for events like this, where we wish we were all physically in the same place. But I feel connected now more with you guys and have so many interesting takeaways from this conversation, and appreciate your time so much for doing this. And hopefully in 2021, we can find a way to do it again and have another conversation, but actually physically be in the same room and be able to take some questions from the audience, et cetera. But thank you so much for your time. It was great.
Thank you,
Thank
Aaron.
you very much.
Wow. What an inspiring conversation. Thank you so much, Aaron, Dr. Voos, and Wheels. Anytime I'm in a high stress situation, I'll have to think about Wheels being outside of that spaceship or Dr. Voos in the operating room to give me that extra push for motivation. I'll now pass the mic over to Dr. Eric Beck to introduce our final keynote. Dr. Beck is the Chief Operating Officer of University Hospitals. He has more than 20 years of experience as a leader in healthcare delivery and integrated systems of care. During COVID-19, he oversaw our incident command center and helped us navigate through our new challenges using his extensive knowledge of emergency responses, system design, and innovation, all the while keeping front and center of well-being for our UH family. Here's Dr. Beck to introduce Dr. J.D. Polk, NASA's Chief Health and Medical Officer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleased to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. J.D. Polk, Chief Health and Medical Officer for NASA, has native roots here in Ohio, completed his emergency medicine training here in Northeast Ohio, and has gone on to an esteemed career. Personally, it's a pleasure to introduce JD as a 20-year mentor of mine. He's been a wonderful influence to myself and many here in Northeast Ohio. And without further ado, we'll have JD begin his keynote address, followed by our fireside chat.
Thanks, Eric. It's a pleasure to be here and even virtually in Northeast Ohio. And I really appreciate the invite. And, let me go ahead and share my screen. And I think we've got it going here. So, Eric, we've talked before about how exploration and innovation, at least at NASA, is two threads of the same fabric. And I think some of the lessons that we've learned through our 60 plus years of spaceflight are also lessons that can be taken to the healthcare industry and probably incorporated at university hospitals as well. But let's go through a little bit of a journey, because there's the overt lessons of innovation and the covert lessons of innovation. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. So obviously, when we first started in Project Mercury, this was the first time that we put humans in space. The Russians beat us to it with Yuri Gagarin, but the amount of innovation required to get someone aloft in space, the first time we had ever done it, didn't know what was going to occur physiologically, knew some things about orbital mechanics, but had to test out the thrusters and all of the engine components and the engineering, a massive amount of innovation and acceptance of risk that went about in this mission. And then fast forward to the Apollo program. And I love this particular slide for a couple of reasons. I think this slide shows three things: the height of exploration, the height of innovation, and the height of desolation, all in one slide. This is Apollo 15 on the surface of the moon. And that vehicle in the background, that lunar lander that we're all used to seeing, there was a huge amount of innovation that went about getting that vehicle to the moon. And that vehicle sitting there has a computer and a guidance computer in it. And if you can think about it, in the 1960s, a computer filled an entire room. And somehow they had to get a computer small enough to be a guidance computer on that vehicle, going from the size of a room to where it would fit onto that vehicle and not take up too much mass, power, or volume. We think about things like hydrogen fuel cells today. We hear those things like they are a new innovation or a new invention for cars and planes and things now. Actually, that vehicle had hydrogen fuel cells on it. And a lot of that development came about in the Apollo program. And then fast forward to our space shuttle program. This was one of the most sophisticated vehicles we had ever built, and a reusable spacecraft, and a huge amount of innovation with multiple different NASA centers coming together for a singular mission of putting people back into space. And then, a little bit further, taking that innovation and now trying to build a space station in space with multiple spacewalks, literally putting together modules that had never been mated on the ground, built by different countries, and then putting them together in space to make this International Space Station. And this vehicle is the size of a football field, flying at 250 nautical miles above the earth, 17,500 miles per hour, 26 countries and 20 years and counting. November is our 20th anniversary of a continuous presence on the International Space Station in space. And this is a laboratory in space that allows us to do experiments, allows us to do research. But the other thing that it's allowed us to do is learn how to cooperate with 26 countries, many of them speaking different languages with different cultures, and amassing those folks into a singular mission and a singular focus towards this innovation. That I think is, probably the unsung portion of this International Space Station. Folks will look at the research, they'll look at the things that we did on board, but that singular focus in bringing 26 countries together on a unified mission, I think, is a huge product. And then fast forwarding in the future here, we are right now working on this vehicle, the Space Launch System and the Orion capsule. And the Space Launch System will take us back to the moon for a more sustained presence in the moon for what we call our Gateway and Artemis program. Artemis was the twin sister of Apollo. And so we will put the first woman and the next man on the moon by 2024, and then have a sustained presence to use the moon as a testing ground for Mars. And that's going to take a huge amount of innovation, but a different type of innovation than we did in the 60s, because now we're incorporating commercial companies as well as our international partners, as well as NASA. And so it's, again, taking a larger, even larger than our International Space Station, a broader scope of partners on the commercial front and the international front towards a unified mission, again, to explore the moon and Mars. And of course, you move humans further out into the universe, which is a pretty interesting goal in and of itself. And we've learned things along the way with the International Space Station, intracranial hypertension and changes to the eye, which we didn't see in the Space Shuttle or in Skylab or in the Mercury, Gemini, or Apollo programs. It actually took living longer in space and longer duration missions before this entity showed up. And it allowed us to see what happens to the eye on orbit, what happens to the optic nerve, what happens to the brain, and to look to see how we can mitigate those particular issues so that the astronauts will be able to work effectively on Mars and without any health outcomes. And we've seen things like clots in space, thrombosis in the internal jugular vein. Instead of a deep vein thrombosis in the calf, like we would think of on the ground, without gravity, that blood can stagnate, but stagnates instead up by the head and the thorax. And so learning how to treat these things in space, essentially doing internal medicine in space, and learning the physiology in space has been really important for us. Now, those are the overt lessons and the overt innovations, but there's also some of the covert lessons. There's how to optimize the function of the astronauts, so their muscle, their bone. We have neurovestibular functions that occur and what are called saccades that we see here with the eyeball moving back and forth. Those things occur when the body's in microgravity and it doesn't have all the stimulus that it normally does in 1G. And so learning how to get those astronauts so that they are functional on another planet after they've been in microgravity. It'll be 6 months to get to Mars, and then Mars and Earth don't line up again for another 18 months, and then 6 months back. So that's a long journey. But there's even more covert lessons on innovation. This is the Space Shuttle main engine, a very sophisticated piece of technology and engineering. But if I told you that this was one of the best inventions for end-stage heart failure, you'd probably not believe me. But actually, it is. And Dr. DeBakey, when he was working on the left ventricular assist device, was having problems getting the impeller to work. Now, an impeller is different than a propeller. An impeller swirls and stacks fluids almost like think of it like a slinky. They start to stack on top of themselves to push as a column up a pipe or up an artery or up a vein. And so the internal device here, this impeller, wasn't working right. And he was getting clots, he was getting eddies and flows and turbulent flow. And Dr. DeBakey turned to the space program because he knew that space shuttle, when it is lifting off into orbit and all that thrust is moving downward and the vehicle is moving upward, we had to have a really good impeller to force that fuel up into the space shuttle main engine. And so he worked with the engineers at NASA, and this is one of the things they're holding is the small impeller, which is a miniaturized version of the same type of engineering for the impeller and the space shuttle main engine. So all these patients with LVADs and BIVADs in right now probably have no idea that some of the technology that is keeping them alive as a bridge to transplant comes from the space shuttle main engine. And that, other inventions, this is the Canada arm, which is a huge arm that we use on the International Space Station that allows an astronaut to be moved from site to site on the International Space Station during a spacewalk. Now, you can imagine this has to have very precise movements. You don't want the astronaut being flung around on the end of the arm, and this vehicle is moving at 17,500 miles an hour. So there's not a lot of margin for error when you're moving from work site to work site on a vehicle moving that fast, and an astronaut standing on a stanchion on the very end of that arm. So the computer software is very sophisticated in how it moves that arm and knows exactly where that arm is in space. And that same software is used for neuroarm to do neurosurgery. And that same precision, that same type software that was developed, much of the same code is used in neuroarm. So the innovations from spaceflight, again, coming down to the ground. Another one, robot, and this is Robonaut number 2, or what we call, I think, Robonaut 2, as partnership with GM and NASA. We had this robot and we devised it with the same hands and the same fidelity of hands as the astronauts so that they could use the same tools. So we wouldn't have to use 2 different sets of tools with the robot or the astronaut. But our work on these hand joints and the fidelity and the haptics, especially the haptics for this hand, for this robot, aided in improving prosthetics and the haptics and prosthetics. So again, innovations in spaceflight in one area, carrying over into healthcare, and doubtful that many people now with advanced prosthetics that have haptics allowing them to do something like turn a bolt or a screw know that a lot of that may have come from the space program. But the exploration for the moon and Mars is going to take on even higher innovations. We're going to look at 3D printing, and not only 3D printing of instruments or hardware, but 3D printing of things like medications. And this is an example here where, we might be able to 3D print the actual medication or pill that an astronaut needs, rather than taking all of those different polypharmacies with us on a journey to Mars, where they might degrade due to radiation or just time and distance. But being able to just in time produce those with a 3D printer is something that we're looking at now. And we're trying to push all the boundaries when it comes to what would we take to the moon and Mars, and how would we use technologies? How would we use that technology to accomplish our mission? And we're even looking at 3D printing of tissues. And this is what the Wake Forest Institute's regenerative medicine did, a 3D printing of beating cardiac cells, literally 3D printing beating cardiac cells. Now, the only thing that would be more impressive than that is doing it in space. And this is Dr. Kate Rubins, who's currently on the ISS right now, but this was on her previous flight, and Kate was sequencing DNA and growing cardiac cells on orbit. And so a lot of these different innovations carry about from spaceflight to the ground. And one of the things that we also do, and most of you have seen the Apollo 13 movie, where when we had an emergency and the team got together and they said, we need to make the CO2 scrubber, and all we have are the things in this box, and the man pours out the contents of the box on a table. Those things actually happen more often than you might think, but we use a concept that we call the Team 4 concept. And we call it Team 4 because you might have 3 different flight control teams or 3 different shifts. And this is the 4th team that is set about to work on a particular issue that has come up. And the one thing that I've been really impressed with is that the team is very inclusive. And not exclusive to only the engineers, but inclusive. Folks from almost every walk of life in the business of spaceflight are invited to these meetings. And that's because the solution very often in a problem may come from outside your expected area. And these are 2 examples. On the left side, this is Danny Olivas fixing what's called a thermal blanket on the space shuttle. And he's doing a 2-layer closure, literally with suture and surgical staples to that blanket, and using the techniques that he learned on suturing to close that thermal blanket. So the answer came from the medical community. And again, on the right side, there was a camera that had a malady that required us to find something that would allow that camera to stick on the side of the helmet to fix it, but would endure all of those different temperatures from light and dark, 100 different degree variation between light and dark, potentially on that spacewalk. And the answer came from dental cowl, the dental cement that we think about or use in the emergency department, which can withstand hot fluids and cold fluids. And so the inclusion of the medical folks in these 2 problems allowed us to think of solutions that we might bring on the particular solutions that we actually had on orbit and the devices that we had on orbit. So inclusion is a very important concept that we have in innovation as well. And this one slide I wanted to bring up because this is an example of falling forward. When you innovate, you have to take risk, and you have to be not too worried about failure. There has to be an acceptance that you might fail, but you have to lean forward. And so this is the Hubble dark field. This was taken in 1995, and the private investigator or the investigator for the research was called Robert Williams. And Robert Williams was the director of the Hubble Institute. And there was a piece of sky that when you look up is totally dark. If you and I stand outside in the backyard right now and we look at this one little spot, it is totally dark. It looks like there's nothing there. But to give you an idea how small this spot is, if you stood out in your backyard and you held out a pen at arm's length, the head of that pen is what we're talking about, a small, tiny, dark spot in the sky. And Robert Williams, it looked like there was nothing there, but Robert Williams wanted to focus Hubble on that spot, and he wanted to focus it there for 10 days. Now, you can imagine the telescope time and all the assets required to look at something, all the investigators who were behind him who wanted to get telescope time. There was a big uproar. There were folks from the Ivy League and elsewhere that were just unhappy with the fact that we were going to aim this telescope at a dark, empty spot for 10 days. But Robert Williams was convinced that the light that would penetrate in that spot would be coming from farther in the galaxy and the universe. And after 10 days, this is the picture that we have. And these are not planets, these are galaxies. To give you an idea, there are probably 10,000 objects in this picture. And the majority of them are galaxies, not solar systems, not planets, not suns, galaxies like our Milky Way galaxy. And so if you think about it, there's estimated to be tens of billions of solar systems like ours just in our Milky Way galaxy. And in that tiny pinhead spot that the telescope looked at, there are at least 10,000 galaxies. And so that changed our entire understanding of the universe with one picture. But it took that kind of innovation and some bravery to step out and to innovate and not fear failure. And that was extremely important. And it ended up being one of the greatest finds that we have had in the 20th century for astronomy. And, you know, with NASA, we have a goal that we aim at, and it's unifying for the entire team. We have NASA centers across the country, multiple different centers. And you can imagine the culture at NASA Ames in California is different than the culture at NASA Johnson Space Center in Texas, which might be different than NASA Glenn in Cleveland. But we have a unifying mission, and the mission and the values of the organization bring the team together. And this is our next goal. This is to get back sustainably to the moon by 2024 and to use the moon as a test bed for getting to Mars, because it's going to be harder to do that Mars mission. You're not just around the corner. It's not a 4-day journey like the moon is. It's pretty unforgiving if you forget something or if something goes wrong. But that kind of innovation is what's going to carry forward our exploration of the universe and our understanding of our place in that universe. And so with that, Eric, I'll end there, but I want to tell you, there's a lot of lessons in that, in our journey over the last 60 years in spaceflight, that I think carry over into healthcare and especially into innovation and using teams in innovation and focusing those teams. And it's the unexpected journeys, I think, that are also worthwhile. And so with that, I'll close and see if we can have our fireside chat.
Wow, this has been quite a program. Just thinking about the amount of ground we've covered today around systemness and well-being. The previous panel with Colonel Wheelock and our very own Dr. Voos. Just in awe, Dr. Polk, how you've been able to kind of weave this narrative together, the concepts of innovation, systemness, even commercialization, inclusion from diverse experts and team members, and even the importance of being able to fail and take risk. Wonder if perhaps you might reflect on your experience. You've had an unbelievable career as an emergency physician, as a dean of a medical school, as the assistant secretary for Homeland Security, and obviously numerous roles at NASA. Perhaps words of wisdom as we think about our own journey towards systemness as a large health system that's continuing to grow, how we bring all of the components of our system, all of our expertise to bear. Lessons learned, words of advice?
Well, certainly, I imagine it's daunting in the beginning. You've probably got multiple different hospitals in the university system right now that wonder how are they all going to play together in the same sandbox. They might have different cultures. They might have some different programs or policies that they have. Think their community makes them somewhat unique, but it's, you know, we have the same thing at NASA with all of our different NASA centers, but it's amazing how unifying that mission is, that when you have a mission that aligns with your core values. And I think the mission at University Hospital, obviously, with its healthcare and the patient first, is a unifying mission as well. And so getting the folks around that mission and figuring out how to innovate to solve particular issues or problems or to move things forward for healthcare, I think those are an embodiment that your culture will grab onto. But also, the one thing that we found at NASA is you got to take care of your folks. And if you take care of your people, that helps to get the mission done. And that goes into the wellness aspect that you were talking about earlier. And you know, Eric, when this pandemic started, our administrator, Jim Bridenstine, addressed the entire NASA employee base and said, we've got to take care of our employees. The employees come first, because if we don't take care of our people, there is no mission. That type of mentality, I think, is important, that folks really understand that you care about them as a person, and in return, I think then they care about the mission of the organization, and the two things work together.
Yeah, that certainly resonates. I think our own experience over the past 9 months in the pandemic through our hospital incident command exercise saw that unification in mission, the ability to accomplish important and difficult things because of our scale, not in spite of it, driving greater coordination, clarity of purpose, alignment of all that diverse expertise and capability around a single patient or a single focus. We're on a journey to become the most trusted healthcare partner for those we serve, and the tripartite mission around to heal, to teach, and to discover has been part of our fabric for 160 years. And I'm struck by your comments, your presentation, really the whole day, in terms of how we think about our next chapter. One of the items that came out of our COVID experience was the value of having real-time centralized coordination, a command center, a mission control. Perhaps some thoughts about parallels, similarities, and what types of things that can enable from your experience at NASA, coordinating all sorts of diverse missions.
Yeah, most people assume that the mission control has a very authoritarian, top-down type of leadership style that we see in Apollo 13, where the flight director is calling out orders and asking folks. But if you look deep on things like Apollo 13 in that movie, you see that every single person is empowered at their console, and they're empowered to make decisions. They're empowered to make a suggestion to the flight director as to what they should do. They've simulated those things over and over again. And that's what most people probably don't understand, is that during a space mission, what you see, we make it look really easy. Wheels, Doug Wheelock out there doing a spacewalk, and it makes it look really easy. What the public doesn't see is that they've practiced that spacewalk underwater in the neutral buoyancy lab probably 10 or 12 times. And we have done simulations where we have these people that we call sim soup, the sim supervisors, who are evil's not the right word, but they put these simulations together that are tough, and they throw things at you left, right, and center, so that when the actual mission comes around, the mission's easy compared to what you've just been through with all these simulations. And I think that's one thing that works well in that mission control type atmosphere. But the other thing, and you and I have talked about it before, that back in like 1967, I think Life magazine was doing an interview. The guy was going to go interview somebody in mission control, and he saw someone with a NASA logo on his polo, and said, what do you do here? He saw this guy in the lobby, and he says, I help put people on the moon. And he got up into talking, he sees that same guy, and the guy's emptying the waste baskets, and he's thinking, why does the janitor think he's putting people on the moon? And the flight director corrected him. And this is the part that I think is that NASA persona that has persisted throughout our 60 years. And the flight director corrected him and said, he does help put people on the moon, because if he doesn't do his job, then we can't do our job in mission control. And if we can't do our job, the astronauts can't do their job. And so viewing every single person in that organization as imperative and important towards the mission, and not only verbalizing that, but believing it and making people feel like they're part of that mission is, I think, part of the secret sauce, if you will, for NASA. And it's helped us achieve great things over our 60 years. This last week, we had an asteroid, the asteroid Bennu, that is flying through space, and we took a spacecraft and we parallel parked alongside of it while it's traveling at an unbelievable speed, and reached out and scooped up a little bit of it, and we just put it in and closed up the lid. I can't even parallel park at Walmart, Eric, and these folks, can you imagine the math and the calculus needed to figure out how to pull alongside an asteroid? Phenomenal people, but it takes a lot of phenomenal people to make that organization work. And I think that's really paramount.
The work that you do perhaps embodies more than any the notion of virtual care or remote monitoring, remote care, and certainly we're embracing that on our value journey, really thinking about how to take care of patients in ways that we haven't historically, in their home, via telemedicine, via new technologies. As you think about the principles of innovation, particularly around care delivery, human-centered design, maybe some thoughts about how we might take inspiration from NASA and the NASA family relative to our own clinical innovation.
Well, that may be the one silver lining for this pandemic is, we've never really fully embraced a telepresence in a lot of medicine in different areas. And we've been forced to in this pandemic in many different ways. But right now on the International Space Station, if an astronaut, and very often when they do their exams, we have ocular coherence tomography or OCT on orbit. We'll look at the back of the eye of the astronaut. They will send that video and that picture down to Mission Control. They can send it and beam it over to me. They can beam it to the flight surgeon on their iPad. We can talk to somebody at 2 different hospital systems and the ophthalmologist to get their opinion on the back of that eye. I can literally get an electronic medical record from a vehicle moving at 17,500 miles above the Earth. So I have very little empathy for people who can't get their clinic to talk to the hospital across the street. But I think that's one of the things that, where if there is a silver lining on this pandemic, it will be that our fear of the electronic age and telemedicine and some of the other aspects of virtual care, we've gotten a little bit better out of necessity. And necessity is the opportunity that comes about because of these things. And that's something that I think we'll find after the end of this pandemic, is that some of the things that became necessary developed opportunities for us to develop and grow in that area.
Well, maybe just to reflect back, you've spent a lot of time in Northeast Ohio, flying around Northeast Ohio, driving across the state. You logged a lot of hours here at UH, certainly at UH Richmond Heights, as it's known now. Maybe a couple of fond memories, places JD liked to visit when you were in town or when you come back to town, just to connect you back here, albeit virtually.
Well, my wife is from Chagrin Falls, so we always have to stop and see if the popcorn shop there is still in place in Chagrin Falls. But I love the metro parks. I've always been a big fan of the metro parks there. And that was a nice part about being the chief of Life Flight, was flying over the metro parks and seeing different areas, and especially in the fall with the leaves changing and things. But you touched about the teaching and how that's a core value and that the university hospitals have, and you and I'm feeling old with our 20-year history, but I know one particular case in particular, very late at night, where we're on the scene of an accident, we're at on a life flight scene, and you and I are talking about a case, and it's important to really incorporate teaching in almost everything that we do. And you never know what becomes of that? You know, does that encourage somebody to then go into medicine? Does that encourage them to go further, or does it increase their interest? And that's one of the things I love about going back to Northeast Ohio too. Is it's a mecca of education and medical education, and I enjoy it. Now, the gray skies in January, maybe not so much, but the rest of Northeast Ohio, I enjoyed greatly.
Well, I know you and I have crossed paths at different points over our careers, and we have some shared mentors, some of which even, harken back to the legacy in the UH system. I think of Dr. Paul Martin at UH Richmond. I think about a number of touch points. As you think about what's ahead in your work with NASA, the missions ahead, any thoughts you can leave us with, perhaps to bait us on what's to come?
You know, I love working the missions, and I don't get to do as much fun stuff as the other flight surgeons now. They're still flying on the back of the T-38 and doing all the fun diving in the neutral buoyancy lab and hanging out with Wheelock and doing all that stuff. And I'm now usually in a suit and tie and making tough calls and decisions and things. But one of the most fun things for me is to, as we teach and we develop this next generation, to see them come along. And I'm probably not going to be in this chair when we touch down on Mars and we have somebody on Mars, but I will have taught and or built the part of the legacy of that education for the people that are going to do that. And that's part of what we need to understand too, is that it's not just what we do, it's what we teach the next generation to do. And that mentorship and that education is really important, and obviously important to me as a former dean, but also in just about every position I've been in, it's been an important value for me to do. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing the first woman on the moon. I'm looking forward to seeing the first person, man or woman, on Mars. And, it's an exciting thing to, that for me, because we're working on all of those missions, it's very tangible. Most people think of it like fantasy, and we're working out the logistics for exactly how that will occur. How much CO2 and how much O2 and et cetera. It's tangible. It's reachable, and it's going to be amazing to see. So, I'm looking forward to when I'm like, in the nursing home somewhere and start shouting at the TV screen about how, I helped put those people on Mars. But it's going to be coming before too long.
Maybe just a final question. Would welcome your thoughts. We have a lot of people watching today who are aspiring leaders in their own field, and as perhaps we conclude, some thoughts about leading oneself, leading others, leading organizations within a system. Any parting thoughts on leadership?
Only in that it is a process. The folks that write books about leadership, I'll never write a book on it because I don't feel like I'm ever done, because I always have to and keep improving and keep learning things. Every day I'm learning something. It's a process, and much like we talked about falling forward, you got to be really able to take the risk and wear the mantle of leadership. And it is risky, and there are times that people can be difficult things to manage or lead on occasion, but most people, if they see that you are honest and true and you've got a vision, they're willing to follow you. And it's a constant process for me. My wife would say it's an expensive process because I keep adding a degree or something. In fact, I won't tell you which one, but I'm back in school right now working on something, and it's I don't feel like I'm ever completed. It's a work in evolution. But let me turn that around and ask you, what in your career, I mean, you've also had a pretty impressive career going, from emergency medicine and helicopters as well to, commercial industry and the whole works. Tell me, from your leadership journey, what would you say is one of the leadership lessons that you've learned?
Well, I think you have to, like you said, endure in the learning. It's asymptotic in that way that there's always room to get better. Every day is a new day, but leading with integrity, working your tail off and trying to do better each day, investing in other people, trying to teach is a big component of my philosophy. So I think the ability to try to achieve balance in that, particularly when I hear you're pursuing another graduate degree. How do you think about finding balance? How do you sort of solve for personal work, family, professional fulfillment? What's the right way to balance those?
Balance is an interesting topic because a lot of folks think that it's like a teeter-totter, like you have to keep it perfectly balanced all the time. And I view it more episodic, that there are times when I have to give everything to the work mission. We've got to, putting astronauts in space, we got a launch coming, I'm head down, I'm following that work mission. The other times where I put all of my effort into the mission. My grandson has a 1 year, his first birthday, and I was, not going to miss that. And so being present in the moments. A lot of folks think you have to choose. Well, you can't do one or both. Well, you can't do one or both simultaneously and keep that teeter-totter constantly balanced. But being passionate about what you do in life, whether it's your work, your family, I don't think there's a choice where you have to be passionate about one and not the other. And I think that's the biggest lesson is that, balance may not be the absolute best word. It might be, I don't know what the best word would be, but if your family believes you're there in the moment and you give them your undivided attention during that time, but then during the mission, you're giving them your undivided attention. And I did the same thing, in the emergency department. When I was there taking care of a patient, I'm not looking at my stocks or, texting on the phone to family or anything else. I'm in the moment with that patient. But when I'm with my family, I'm in the moment with my family. And, but also taking care of yourself. I had a mentor at University of Southern California when I went another graduate degree, who said that you got to think of yourself as the CEO, because we're all CEOs. But we're CEOs of You Incorporated. And you got to take care of the physical plant of You Incorporated. You got to take care of the financial plant of You Incorporated, the personal plant of You Incorporated. And I kind of took that to heart. You got to, pay attention to your health, pay attention to your fitness, pay attention to your family. And I think really important in this pandemic, to maintain some type of wellness. People can get worn down by oh my gosh, sometimes you got to step away from social media and the news and other things just for your sanity. But I think it's important to have, I think rather than balance, I would probably say a holistic mindset. You could argue I may or may not have great balance at any one time, but I'll definitely give them my all when I'm in that moment.
Well, I like it. Words to live by. JD, thank you so much for spending time as a friend on behalf of the system. We're so grateful that you've left us inspired and provoked to continue innovating and pursuing our journey toward systemness and well-being.
Eric, it's a great pleasure. Always good to see you again, and looking forward to seeing you in person and the family. And I'm looking forward to seeing pictures of Beck and Ava, and isn't amazing how they change your life and things that become important to you. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. And thanks for the invite. I always enjoy talking about space, obviously, but also any time where I can intersect space and medicine and in the company of good friends, that's time well spent.
We appreciate it. Stay safe.
You as well.
Thank you so much, Eric and JD. This has been a fantastic event because of all of you. We'll be releasing the final image of Creighton's incredible sketches post-event. Thank you, Creighton, for your incredible work. And now a special shout out to all of our participants in New Frontiers. Thank you to our keynotes, Peter, JD, Sue, and Wheels. Thank you to all of our panelists, especially those that joined us from NASA, including Ginger Carrick, Kelly Gilkey, and Sharon Miller. Thank you to those organizations that we partner with on this event, including Agility, Magnet, Philips, and ESPN Cleveland. And thank you to our colleagues, including Connor Integrative Health Network, as well as our marketing team, especially Lisa Riordan and Kim Fatika. And most importantly, thank you to NASA Glenn Research Center for partnering with us for this event. This is only the beginning of an incredible relationship that we look forward to building in the coming years. It has been our pleasure to have you all join us today. Please stay tuned on a recording of the event and more info for future events at ventures.uhhospitals.org. Please don't hesitate to reach out with feedback and to keep these conversations going on our University Hospitals Ventures LinkedIn page and our Twitter page at @UH_Ventures. On behalf of UH Ventures, thank you all so much for joining us for New Frontiers, innovating through systemness and well-being. Stay well, and we look forward to seeing you all again very soon.